Missing Person National Park. It's not a name you'll find on any map, but ask the locals and they'll tell you. It's real enough. Trails vanish, campsites stand empty with fires still burning, and every season, another hiker goes in without coming back out. Tonight, you'll hear true, scary camping stories tied to this place. Accounts from ordinary people who set up their tents under the trees and found themselves part of something they couldn't explain. Some lived to tell it. Others left only traces behind. So zip up your tent, keep the lantern close, and listen carefully. These are the true scary camping stories from Missing Person National Park. My name is Rowan Hale, and I have always been to the forgotten, places that linger on the edge of maps. Places where human presence has thinned, but never completely disappeared. The woods have a way of swallowing what we leave behind, whether it is cabins, trails, or in this case, a fire lookout tower long abandoned to the creeping grip of time. When I set out on that trip, I thought I was only seeking solitude. Instead, I stumbled into something far older than my own need for escape, and far darker than silence itself. The day had been warm, the kind of late autumn warmth that makes you doubt the coming cold. I had driven along winding back roads until they turned to gravel and finally to dirt, parking my truck where the Forest Service gate barred further travel. From there, I hiked with my pack slung over one shoulder, the trail faint but still visible. It had been decades since anyone officially maintained it, but the earth keeps its own memory of paths. Pressed deep under countless boots that no longer walked here, I followed those faint traces upward, feeling each step carry me further away from the buzz of modern life. The tower revealed itself at dusk. What remained of it stood skeletal against the reddening sky, a stripped down carcass of wood and rusted bolts. Its platform had collapsed years ago, leaving only a crooked stump of structure and jagged beams, reaching into the air like broken ribs. The stairs were long gone, scattered in pieces at its base, now nothing but splinters blanketed in moss. Most would call it unsafe, and they would be right. But I was not here to climb, only to camp nearby and let the forgotten weight of the place press down around me. I pitched my small tent just within sight of the tower, close enough that I could study it, far enough that if anything fell loose, it would not crush me in my sleep. As night fell, the forest thickened into a chorus of insect hums and distant owl calls. I cooked a simple meal over my camp stove, the hiss of fuel comforting in its small modern reliability. I remember staring up at the tower while I ate, wondering about the men who had once manned it. Fire lookouts had been lifelines, watching for smoke and lightning strikes, before satellites and aircraft made them obsolete. The men who climbed those stairs had lived alone for weeks, sometimes months, watching the endless trees. I imagined their boots, hammering up and down those steps, the wood groaning under their weight. I imagined the solitude they carried, heavier than their packs. By midnight, the fire in my stove had burned out, and the chill crept in as I zipped myself into the tent. Sleep came slow, as it often does on the first night outdoors, the sounds of the forest slipping through thin nylon. At first it was only the usual rustling of small creatures in the brush, the wind sighing through the branches, but then I heard it. Boots. Heavy boots. They circled below the tower, each step deliberate, grinding against the soil as though someone was pacing the perimeter. I froze. My mind scrambled for explanations. Another camper, a ranger, some hunter trespassing where they should not be. But the footsteps were too measured, too rhythmic. They did not wander or hesitate. They traced a perfect circle, again and again. My breath slowed as I strained to listen. The crunch of earth, the scrape of gravel, the faint hollow thud as if each boot knew exactly where to fall. I dared not unzip the tent. Instead, I reached for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag, clutching it like a weapon though. I knew it was nothing of the sort. Minutes bled into one another, the boots never faltering. Then, when I thought I could not bear it any longer, a new sound split the night. The groan of wood under weight. My blood ran cold. The tower had no stairs left standing. Yet above the circling boots, I heard the distinct creak and protest of planks as though someone were climbing, step by step. The sound rose higher, each groan heavier than the last, until it seemed to reach a point directly above me, in the place where the watchman's cabin would have stood decades ago. I held my breath, heart hammering so violently I feared it might shake the tent. The footsteps stopped. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. Then came a dragging sound, long and deliberate, as though something heavy was being shifted across wood that should no longer exist. My mind conjured images against my will. Boots pacing across a phantom floor, the outline of a figure where no figure could stand. Weight pressing down on beams that should have collapsed years ago. I must have stayed frozen for an hour, maybe longer. I do not remember when the sound stopped, only that exhaustion finally claimed me. When I woke, the world had softened into dawn. Birds filled the canopy with calls, the tower a silhouette against the brightening sky. For a moment, I convinced myself it had been nothing but a dream fueled by stories and loneliness. But when I stepped outside the tent, I found something that stripped the denial clean from me. The soil around the base of the tower bore prints. Heavy boot prints, larger than my own. Pressed deep into the earth despite it being dry and firm. They circled in a perfect ring, then vanished abruptly as if whoever, or whatever, made them had stopped existing in the middle of its stride. I knelt to touch one, my fingers trembling. The imprint was so sharp, so recent, that the edges crumbled slightly at my touch. I stood there for a long time, staring at those impossible prints, the tower looming above me like a silent witness. I thought about leaving immediately, stuffing my gear into my pack and fleeing down the trail, but something anchored me. Perhaps it was stubborn curiosity, or perhaps something else was already working its way into me, something that whispered I should not leave yet. Instead of packing, I built a small fire to chase away the morning chill. The crackle of flames was a comfort, though every gust of wind through the trees felt like a whisper against my neck. I tried to convince myself of logic. Maybe someone else had been here in the night, a hiker or squatter who had walked the circle, and then disappeared before dawn. But no explanation answered the sound of climbing, stairs that did not exist. No explanation soothed the memory of dragging weight above me. I forced myself to carry on, as if it were any other morning. I made coffee, bitter and thin, and drank it while staring at the tower. Light caught on the rusted nails, on the pale bones of beams still jutting into the sky. It looked less like a building and more like a skeleton, left half, buried, its ribs reaching upward for air it no longer breathed. The rest of that day unfolded with uneasy quiet. I hiked a short distance from camp, exploring the surrounding ridges, but my mind never strayed far from the tower. Each time I returned, I half expected to find the prints gone, erased as if they had never existed. But they remained, patient as scars. By the time the second night came, I told myself I would not let fear control me. I secured my tent, lit another small fire, and watched the sky darken through the cracks of branches above. The forest's night song rose again, and with it, my pulse quickened. Midnight came, and with it, the first crunch of boots on soil. This time, I was ready. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, the flashlight clenched in my hand, its beam unlit but waiting. The sound of boots circled below again, steady and deliberate. Each step seemed to press against my chest more than the ground, reverberating through me. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to unzip the tent and rush out, but I knew too well that I wanted no part of seeing what cast those sounds. The boots slowed, then stopped altogether. Silence pressed down on me so thick it was almost unbearable. Then the creaking began, the phantom stairs rising into darkness. The wood groaned, board by board, each step ascending though there was nothing for anyone to climb. I counted them without meaning to, every creak puncturing my thoughts. 1, 2, 3, upward, until the sound hung directly above me, and then something new, a single heavy thump, as though someone had dropped their weight onto the floor of a cabin that had long since rotted away. I pictured a watchman up there, pacing, boots dragging, restless after years of solitude. My scalp prickled as I realized the sound was moving not in a line, but in a tight square, like someone walking perimeter checks around invisible walls. I could not breathe. My throat locked shut. My heart hammered so hard that I pressed the flashlight against my chest just to ground myself. Then the dragging sound returned, the same scraping weight as the night before, sliding across boards that did not exist. And then a voice. It was low, rasping, muffled like it had traveled a great distance before reaching me. At first it sounded like a single word, drawn out in a sigh. Then I realized it was numbers. The voice counted softly, each word heavy with dust. I strained to hear, barely daring to breathe. 1, 2, 3. It reached 10, then started over, each number dragging longer, slower, as if whatever was up there were trying to remember how to count. My blood iced over as I realized it was pacing, circling, and counting steps that should not exist. Suddenly the voice stopped, cutting off mid-breath. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. I waited, ears straining, eyes locked on the ceiling of my tent, though I knew I would see nothing. Then the boots shifted again, but this time they were not above me. They were descending. My stomach twisted. I knew there were no stairs left. There could not be. Yet the sound of descending boots thudded closer and closer until I swore they pressed against the soil, right beside my tent. I clutched the flashlight tighter, pulse surging, sweat beading across my skin despite the cold. The boots stopped just outside, so close that I could see the nylon walls of the tent indent slightly, as though something leaned toward me. My lungs burned from holding still. My hand, shaking so hard against the flashlight that I thought it might rattle. I waited for the zipper to move, for cold fingers to pull it down, but nothing happened. The weight shifted. The steps circled once around my tent, slow and deliberate. Then, as if satisfied, the sound retreated toward the tower. The phantom boards groaned once more as boots ascended into nothing. When the voice returned, it was quieter, more distant but still counting. I did not sleep that night. I sat upright until the first gray light of dawn softened the world, my eyes raw, my body aching from tension. When I finally stumbled outside, the circle of boot prints from the previous night remained, but new ones had joined them. These were fresher, overlapping, and unmistakably closer. A set traced directly around my tent in a neat, deliberate loop. My stomach churned as I studied them. They were too sharp, too clean, to be illusions. I had seen no one else on the trail. There was no one who could have made them without me hearing or seeing. And yet, they existed, pressed into the dirt like signatures left behind by something that wanted me to know it had been there. I wanted to leave. I should have left. My gear could have been packed in minutes, the trail retraced, my truck waiting. But I didn't. Some mixture of dread and fascination rooted me. It wasn't just fear. It was the need to understand. If I walked away now, the tower would follow me in memory, haunting me in dreams. I had to see it through, even if it destroyed me. So I stayed. The day passed in a haze. I tried to distract myself with ordinary tasks. Boiling water, adjusting camp, exploring a little farther down the ridge. But the prints tugged at my thoughts no matter where I went. I found myself staring at the tower, watching the way shadows draped across its beams. Once, I thought I saw movement at the top, a flicker of something shifting where the cabin had once stood. But when I blinked, it was gone. By late afternoon, clouds gathered, dimming the sky into a bruise-colored gloom. The air felt charged, though no storm came. As darkness fell again, I knew the boots would return. I prepared differently this time. I kept my fire burning longer, feeding it until the flames licked high, hoping the light would hold back whatever circled. I left the flashlight beside me, but I also gripped a small hatchet I carried for wood, its edge dull but enough to make me feel less helpless. When midnight came, the fire had burned down to glowing coals. The woods held their breath, and then, as expected, the boots began. But tonight they were heavier, louder. Each step landed with a weight that rattled the soil, like someone bigger, stronger, had joined the circle. The rhythm was wrong too. Two sets of boots now, moving in tandem, overlapping circles weaving around the base of the tower. My stomach twisted as the sound doubled, pacing and pacing until I could not tell how many there were. The creaking of phantom stairs followed, louder, deeper, splintering in my ears as though the wood itself were straining to hold. More than one set of boots climbed now, ascending together. My hands shook so hard that I nearly dropped the hatchet. Above me, the dragging began again, multiplied, scraping back and forth across boards that did not exist. The counting returned, but now in two voices, then three, overlapping, whispering numbers out of sync, rising and falling like waves. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it made no difference. They spoke inside me, vibrating through bone. The numbers reached 10, then dissolved into muttering I could not understand. A phrase repeated, low and guttural, but my mind twisted around it, unable to catch meaning. My tent seemed to shrink, the air closing in as though the tower's invisible weight leaned closer and closer. Then, all at once, silence fell. I held still, heart jackhammering, staring at the nylon wall before me. The silence was so complete that I almost believed they had gone, until I realized the night sounds were gone too. No insects, no wind, no owl calls. Nothing but the sound of my own pulse in my ears. And then, slow as a knife dragging across stone, I heard the zipper. The pull tab at the front of my tent twitched once, then began to move downward. The sound was impossibly loud in the silence, each tooth of the zipper opening like the snap of a bone. I lurched forward, slapping my hand against it, holding the teeth together with every ounce of strength I had. The zipper jerked again, tugging against me. A low breath exhaled from the other side, hot through the thin fabric. My heart nearly stopped. I shouted, raw and desperate, swinging the hatchet in blind arcs, the blade catching the air. The zipper froze. For a moment, everything hung still. Then, slowly, the pull tab slid back up, closing the tent again. The breath retreated. The boots shifted. They circled the tent once more, then moved back toward the tower. The phantom stairs groaned, splintering under invisible weight. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I collapsed backward, gasping for air, my body trembling so violently I could hardly hold the hatchet. My throat ached from shouting. My skin felt as if every pore were burning. I knew then with absolute clarity, I could not stay another night. When dawn came, I would leave. But dawn never felt so far away. I sat in the dim, restless dark with my hatchet still clutched in hand, the air of the forest pressing against me like a weight. Every rustle of nylon, every shift of the coals outside, made me jolt. My body begged for sleep, but I knew that if I gave in, I might not wake. Not here. Not with those things, whatever they were, walking circles around my life. Hours crawled. My watch ticked sluggishly, as though time itself resisted moving forward. When the first pale light finally crept across the fabric of my tent, relief swept over me so powerfully I nearly cried. I unzipped the door cautiously, half expecting something to be waiting, but the woods looked deceptively normal. The prints, however, were not normal. They covered the ground in chaos. Dozens of boot impressions crisscrossed the soil, overlapping circles that stretched wider than before. Some were sharp, some blurred, like layers of time pressed into one patch of earth. But what made my stomach lurch was the line of them leading away from the tower, straight toward my truck's direction. They stopped abruptly halfway down the ridge, vanishing like the others had, but their presence was a message. They knew where I had come from. I forced myself into motion, stuffing gear into my pack with frantic energy. Every sound seemed amplified. The scrape of my zipper, the clatter of my stove, and each one made me wince as though I'd summoned attention I didn't want. I tore down the tent last, shoving it in without folding. I just needed to leave. Yet as I strapped the pack and slung it over my shoulders, I made the mistake of looking back. The tower loomed tall and skeletal, beams jagged against the brightening sky. For the first time in daylight, I thought I saw movement high above, shadows pacing on air where no floor remained. My throat tightened, and though the forest wind whistled softly, I swore I heard the faintest creak, the whisper of boards bearing weight that wasn't there. I turned away and forced my feet down the trail. The woods were too still. Morning usually meant life stirring, but the silence stretched unbroken, and even my boots seemed too loud. My eyes flicked constantly to the trees, every shadow suggesting a figure. Once, I caught the clear imprint of a boot beside the trail, fresher than any from last night. It pointed the same direction I walked. I pushed faster. My breath came harsh, my body tense with the urge to run, but something inside whispered not to. Running might invite pursuit, so I walked, brisk but steady, each step feeling heavier than the last. Halfway down, the world shifted. The air thickened, heavy with a scent like iron and old ash. My vision blurred for a heartbeat, and when it cleared, I wasn't sure I was still on the same trail. The trees seemed denser, the path narrower, the soil darker. My pulse stumbled. I hadn't turned, hadn't strayed, but the woods had changed around me. And then I heard them again. Boots pacing just beyond sight. They were not behind me now. They were in front, waiting. My chest constricted as I slowed. The sound grew louder, coming from the bend in the trail ahead. I tightened my grip on the hatchet, each nerve screaming that I should turn and run back toward the tower. But that thought was worse. Going back meant another night under its watch. I edged forward, my breath ragged. The boots stopped abruptly as I reached the bend. When I stepped around it, nothing was there. The trail stretched empty, sunlight beginning to bleed more fully through the trees. My body shook with the urge to collapse in relief, but I didn't trust the silence. Not anymore. I walked until the gate appeared in the distance. My truck sat just beyond it, its metal frame a glint of salvation. My legs nearly gave out when I saw it. I stumbled forward, every instinct screaming not to look back. But as I reached the gate, hand on cold iron, I turned anyway. The tower still stood at the ridge, barely visible through the tree line. Against the pale morning, it looked skeletal as ever. But on its highest beams, for a fraction of a second, I saw figures. Not one, not two, but many. Dark shapes shifting, pacing, boots dragging, counting with voiceless mouths. They didn't wave. They didn't acknowledge me. They just circled endlessly, like moths bound to the frame of a dead flame. The sight burned into me. Then I blinked, and they were gone. I drove for hours without stopping. The road bred my grip on the wheel white, knuckled. Even when I reached paved highways, I kept expecting to hear boots in the beda, or to see prints forming across the asphalt behind me. Days passed before my heart steadied, before sleep returned, and even then, it was uneasy. Night after night, I dreamt of stairs, endless creaking beneath invisible boots. I would wake drenched in sweat, the echo of counting voices still in my ears. I told myself I wouldn't speak of it. That silence might starve the memory. But silence didn't help. Instead, it grew heavier, settling in me like a shadow. And then the prints appeared again. Not in the woods, not on a trail, in the dirt outside my apartment. The first time. I convinced myself it was nothing. Just a trick or tread patterns from someone walking nearby. But then I noticed the circle they formed. Perfect. Deliberate. Exactly like the ring at the base of the tower. My stomach dropped. I swept them away, heart racing, hoping they wouldn't return. They did. Each time sharper, closer to my door. And at night, when the city hushed, I heard it again. A faint creak, like old wood straining under weight. I live on the third floor of a building with no wooden stairs. Yet the sound rises anyway, climbing, step by step until it presses against my ceiling. The counting has followed too. At first faint, barely audible, then louder. Always at midnight. Always reaching 10 before beginning again. I lie awake, clutching the hatchet that never leaves my bedside, listening as invisible boots pace the square of a phantom cabin above me. I left the woods. I left the tower. But the tower did not leave me. And sometimes when the counting stops suddenly, I hold my breath and wait. Because I know what comes next. The slow drag. The shift of weight leaning closer. The sound of a zipper moving inch by inch, though there is no tent here anymore. And I know one night, I will not be fast enough to stop it. My name is Aiden Locke, and I was 9 years old when the incident that changed me occurred. I had always considered myself an avid hiker, someone who found solace in the silence of the trails and the steady rhythm of my own footsteps pressing into the earth. Nature, to me, was a retreat from the noise of daily life, from crowded streets and buzzing phones and voices competing for attention. When I walked into the woods, I carried only what I needed: food, water, a tent, and the quiet comfort of knowing that the forest did not care who I was. It simply existed, vast and indifferent, and I felt safe in its embrace. At least, I once did. It began at a trailhead tucked deep within a state park I had visited many times before. I arrived late in the afternoon, my old sneakers already worn thin at the soles. I had meant to replace them, but work and excuses always seemed to interfere. As I shouldered my pack and prepared to set off, I noticed a pair of boots lying neatly at the edge of the gravel lot. They were positioned as though someone had placed them there intentionally, not discarded in haste, but left in a deliberate, almost reverent way. The boots were sturdy, weathered leather with laces frayed but intact. They looked broken in, softened by miles of use, but not ruined. I hesitated, glancing around to see if anyone else was nearby, but the lot was empty. My own shoes pinched my feet from months of overuse, and the thought of hiking several miles in them filled me with dread. Against my better judgment, I slipped the boots on. They fit perfectly, almost unsettlingly so, as though they had been waiting for me. The trail began with a steady incline, trees crowding closer the deeper I went. I told myself that I had simply lucked into a free pair of decent footwear. People left gear behind all the time, whether out of forgetfulness or because they no longer needed it. But the longer I hiked, the more the boots felt like they were guiding me rather than protecting me. My steps carried a strange certainty, like the ground knew me. I reached a clearing just as the sun dipped low, painting the canopy in molten streaks of orange and gold. I pitched my tent quickly, boiled some instant noodles, and let the forest settle into its nocturnal rhythm. Crickets chirped, owls hooted, and the wind hissed softly through pine needles. I felt comfortable, lulled by the familiar chorus. It was deep into the night, long after I had crawled into my sleeping bag, that the sound came. At first it was faint, just the crunch of leaves underfoot. I thought it might be a deer or maybe a raccoon sniffing for scraps near my pack. But then the steps grew heavier, deliberate, human. Someone was circling my tent. My breath caught. The boots I had worn earlier rested just inside the entrance flap, yet the steps outside carried the same weighty cadence. I froze, listening as they stopped directly beside me. A pause, long enough that I could hear my pulse hammering in my ears. Then the sound of dragging, like footprints being hauled backward through the dirt. I dared not move, though every muscle screamed at me to bolt. The steps eventually wandered off into the trees, fading into the dark until silence reclaimed the forest. I lay awake until dawn, my mind racing in frantic circles, every shadow outside the tent vibrating with possibility. When morning finally came, I emerged stiff and bleary-eyed. The forest looked ordinary, innocent even, as if mocking me for my fear. But then I saw them. My footprints. They trailed away from the tent, heading into the trees in a direction I had not walked. The prints were clear, identical to the tread of my old sneakers, the very shoes I had abandoned at the trailhead. I stood frozen, staring at them, the memory of the night pressing down like a weight on my chest. Someone had been wearing my old shoes. Someone had come in the dark, and walked past my tent, dragging those prints in the opposite direction, as though erasing or rewriting the path I had made. The boots on my feet suddenly felt suffocating, as if they were not merely clothing me, but binding me. I tried to shake the unease, to dismiss it as coincidence, but each step I took that morning felt heavier than the last. By midday, I was far from the main trail, deeper than I had ever planned to go. I kept telling myself I would turn back, yet my feet refused. The boots seemed to tug me onward, guiding me along narrow paths that twisted unnaturally, routes not marked on any map. I stopped more than once, only to find that my legs resumed the climb without my full consent. At last I stumbled into another clearing. The ground was littered with strange imprints. Footprints upon footprints, layers pressed into the soil until they blurred together. Some pointed forward, others backward, as though people had been dragged in circles. The air felt wrong, dense and still, and the hairs on my arms rose. I knelt to inspect one of the prints. It was mine, the tread of my old sneakers. My throat tightened. I had never walked here before, yet the earth bore evidence of me. Dozens of impressions stamped in all directions. A sudden rush of panic tore through me, and I backed away, nearly tripping over a gnarled root. My breath came in ragged bursts, and I knew I had to leave. Had to get back to the main trail before I lost all sense of where I was. But the forest had changed. Paths I thought I recognized twisted into new directions. Familiar markers were gone, swallowed by undergrowth. I walked in circles, each turn bringing me back to the same haunting clearing. The boots carried me like a puppet, their weight dragging me deeper into a labyrinth I could not escape. By dusk, exhaustion gnawed at my bones. I finally forced myself to stop, to tear the boots from my feet. They landed heavily on the ground, and for the first time since I had slipped them on, I felt a moment of control return. I pulled my pack close, sat with my back against a tree, and tried to steady my breathing. That night, without the boots on, I expected to feel safer, but safety never came. Sometime past midnight, I heard them again. Footsteps, the same dragging shuffle. Only this time, they did not circle my tent. They approached directly, unhurried but inevitable, the rhythm of someone retracing my path step for step. I held my breath as the sound stopped inches from where I lay. A faint scraping followed, like soles against bark. Slowly trembling, I lifted my head just enough to glance outside through the thin nylon wall. In the moonlight, I saw a figure standing barefoot beside the boots I had discarded. The outline was vague, blurred at the edges, as though it did not fully belong to the world. Its head tilted toward me, though I could not see its face. Then it bent down, slid its feet into the boots, and stood taller than before. When it stepped away, it left my footprints behind, and they dragged the wrong way. I remained frozen until dawn once again bled across the treetops. When I finally summoned the courage to step outside, the clearing was empty, but the footprints remained. A trail of my own steps leading back the way I had come, yet distorted, as though something had been pulling me backward through time. I stared at them, hollow with dread, and realized I was no longer sure which path was truly mine. I followed the prints because I had no other choice. Every instinct screamed at me to run in the opposite direction, to abandon the trail and cut through the brush. But the forest was thick and tangled, and I had no compass to guide me. Phone's GPS flickered uselessly between dead zones. The only path available was the one already carved in the soil. My path, or what resembled it, The boots had made sure of that. Each footprint tugged at my attention, demanding I place my own foot inside it, as though the trail was not just a direction, but a command. The strangest part was how the soil remained soft, as if the prints had been pressed only moments ago, though they stretched endlessly ahead. The more I looked at them, the more I felt they weren't guiding me forward at all. They were pulling me back. Hours passed in a haze. I walked with the growing conviction that I was retracing something I had not yet done, living in reverse. Birds called out with shrill voices I didn't recognize. Trees arched overhead, their branches knitting tighter, strangling the sunlight. When I stopped to rest, the woods seemed pulse shadows leaning closer, nudging me to keep moving. By late afternoon, I stumbled upon another clearing, though it was different from the one I had left. In the center lay a ring of boots, dozens of pairs, arranged in a careful circle. Each one was unique, worn by different lives, but all bore the same strange aura. They had been left deliberately, facing inward as though watching the space between them. My stomach turned as I recognized my old sneakers among them. The sight of them twisted something inside me, a reminder that my own life was already part of this place, this ritual. They were scuffed and mud-stained, exactly as I had last worn them, yet now they stood straight, laces tied neatly, as though waiting. A rustle in the trees made me whirl. For a heartbeat, I saw movement. A figure stepping just out of view. I couldn't make out its face, but it moved with a familiarity that froze my blood. My shape, my gait, the same tilt of the shoulders I had caught once before in a reflection. I shouted, the sound tearing raw from my throat. "Who are you?" The woods swallowed the words, and then came the answer, not spoken aloud, but pressed into the ground. The footprints shifted. Right before my eyes, fresh imprints formed in the soil, dragging backward through the ring of boots. They traced a spiral, curling tighter until they reached the center. And then, silence. I didn't enter the ring. Every nerve told me to keep out. Instead, I skirted around it, my eyes locked on the trail that extended beyond. The prints continued. But now they looked wrong, stretched and misshapen, like someone had dragged heavy sacks across the dirt. Following them filled me with dread, but standing still was worse. As twilight bled into the sky, I set up camp reluctantly, not daring to walk deeper in the dark. My tent felt thinner than ever, barely a veil between myself and whatever pressed against this world from the other side. I kept a flashlight gripped tight, its narrow beam sweeping over the trees, catching eyeshine in the brush. Though the glints were too high, too human, to belong to any animal, I told myself not to sleep, but exhaustion is merciless. My eyelids sank, and in that blur between waking and dreaming, I felt the boots return. The weight of them pressed against my chest, pinning me. My breath rattled, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a figure crouched at the edge of the tent, its outline hazy but unmistakable. It wore my face. The smile stretched too wide, splitting the skin like bark peeled from a tree. And though its mouth never opened, I heard words inside my skull. "Give them back." I jolted awake to the sound of tearing nylon. My tent shuddered as if someone had raked claws across it, though the fabric bore no mark when I checked. My flashlight beam caught nothing but trees swaying. Still, the echo of that voice lingered, drilling into my mind. Morning found me weaker, my body drained as though sleep had been siphoned away rather than given. My feet ached, blistered even though I hadn't worn the boots since discarding them. And yet when I reached for my shoes, I found the boots waiting at the entrance of the tent, laces neatly tied, soil clinging to their soles. I didn't put them on. I couldn't. But their presence rattled me, a silent threat that they belonged to me, now whether I wanted them or not. The trail ahead twisted tighter, winding into valleys where the air smelled damp and sweet like rot. Strange markings appeared on the trees, slashes that curved into shapes, resembling letters but too distorted to read. The footprints ahead grew more erratic, splitting and branching until the ground looked like it had been trampled by a crowd. I began to hear whispers. Not words exactly, but the cadence of speech echoing from behind me, sometimes ahead, never close enough to pin down. Each time I spun around, the forest was empty. By midday, hunger gnawed at me, but when I pulled out a granola bar, it crumbled in my hand, reduced to dust. My water bottle leaked from a crack I hadn't noticed before. The forest was stripping me of every comfort, narrowing my options until only one path remained. I pressed on, though my legs trembled. Eventually, I emerged onto a ridge that overlooked the valley below. What I saw made my blood run cold. The valley floor was riddled with trails. Not animal paths or erosion scars, but endless chains of footprints. They overlapped in chaotic layers, spreading outward like veins, all leading to the same dark hollow at the base of a cliff. Something waited there. I knew it without needing to see. The boots on my feet, or off my feet, or wherever they truly belonged, were guiding me to that hollow. And once I entered, I doubted I would ever leave. As the sun dipped behind the ridge, the valley darkened too quickly, as though night had been called early. Cold air rose in a wave, chilling me through every layer of clothing. Shadows pooled thick and heavy, and in them, I saw figures moving, mirages of myself, each one distorted, repeating my motions with a delay. I turned to flee, but the trail behind me had vanished. There was no choice. The footprints ahead pulsed faintly, as though lit from within, daring me forward. I descended the ridge, each step dragging harder than the last. Whispers swelled, overlapping in broken chants. My name surfaced among them, breathed in different voices. Men, women, children, all versions of me, yet not me. At the base of the cliff, the hollow yawned wide, a black wound in the stone. The air that seeped from it was colder than winter, damp with the scent of earth long undisturbed. The ground outside was littered with boots, hundreds of them piled like offerings. Their tongues lolled out, their laces stiff with mud, each pair belonging to someone who had walked this path before me. I stopped at the threshold, my breath fogging in the gloom. My heartbeat pounded so loudly it seemed to echo off the stone. I thought of leaving, of refusing whatever force demanded I enter. But then I felt the first tug. It started in my toes, invisible strings tightening, pulling me toward the darkness. My muscles fought, but the pressure grew stronger. And somewhere within that black maw, I heard it, the sound of dragging footsteps, slow and patient, matching my resistance beat for beat. They were waiting. I clenched my jaw, forcing my body to resist. But when I looked down, I saw my own footprints forming in the soil, inching toward the hollow against my will. I realized then that this was no longer a matter of choice. The trail was written, and I was walking it in reverse. The hollow swallowed the light as soon as I crossed the threshold. My flashlight beam stretched only a few feet before being consumed, its glow strangled by the damp air. The sound of my breathing ricocheted off unseen walls, multiplying, until it felt like I was surrounded by echoes of myself, each one panting in ragged unison. The ground inside was soft, wet earth that clung to my shoes with every step. At first, I thought I was alone, but then came the dragging sound. Footsteps overlapping my own, heavier, deliberate. The whispers rose again, louder here, no longer scattered voices, but harmonizing into something almost like chanting. They called my name, stretching it into strange shapes, syllables bent until they hardly resembled human speech. I pushed forward, every step a battle, until the tunnel widened into a cavern. My flashlight caught rows of boots lining the walls, stacked like bones in an ossuary. Some were fresh, still carrying clumps of mud. Others had rotted to scraps of leather and string. They formed columns and arches, arranged with unsettling precision, as though someone, or something, had curated them carefully. At the center of the cavern lay a pool of water so still it looked like polished glass. I crouched, hesitating, then shone my light across its surface. What I saw made my stomach drop. The reflection staring back was me, but not as I was. My face was pale, hollow-eyed, older. My mouth twitched with a smile I wasn't making. When I moved, the reflection lagged behind, as though caught in another time. Then, without warning, it raised its hand in a wave. My own hand remained frozen at my side. The water rippled, distorting the image. And when it stilled again, I saw not one reflection, but many. Dozens of me, layered across the surface, each wearing a different expression. Fear, anger, joy, grief, all gazing upward. Some were barefoot, some wore boots. All of them whispered in unison, the sound rising from the water itself. "Walk it back." The words vibrated through my skull, rattling bone and thought. I staggered, nearly dropping my flashlight. The ground seemed to tilt beneath me, tugging toward the pool. Behind me, the dragging footsteps returned. I spun, light trembling in my hand. A figure stood at the edge of the cavern, its face obscured by shadow, but I didn't need to see it to know. It was me, or what was becoming me. It wore the boots. The figure tilted its head in perfect mirror of my own, the gesture so precise it made bile rise in my throat. Then it stepped forward, and the sound of its stride was wrong, like soil and time being pulled backward. My footprints, the ones I had left at the cavern's entrance, began to vanish one by one as it approached, erased as though I had never entered. I turned and bolted toward the far side of the cavern, desperate for any exit, but the walls curved endlessly, smooth and unbroken. The only way was forward, into the pool. My legs trembled as I edged closer to the water. Its surface quivered with anticipation, the reflections inside shifting like restless sleepers. I thought of every trail I had walked, every quiet moment in the woods where I believed I was alone. Maybe I never had been. Maybe every step I'd taken had been borrowed, written ahead of me, waiting to be walked in reverse. The figure's approach grew louder. Drag, step, drag, step. I dropped to my knees at the pool's edge. My reflection reached out, palm pressed flat against the water's surface. Though mine hung useless at my side, the whispers surged, voices climbing into a frenzy. Walk it back. Walk it back. Walk it back. The figure loomed behind me, its breath hot against my neck, though no air stirred. I could feel it waiting, patient, inevitable. With a cry, I plunged my hand into the pool. The surface shattered, water colder than death gripping my arm, pulling. My body jerked forward, my knees sliding in the mud. The cavern warped around me, walls bending, boots tumbling from their stacks in slow motion. The voices howled, Not angry, not pleased, but commanding. I fell face first into the pool. Instead of sinking, I felt myself unravel. Images stuttered across my vision. Me as a child walking trails with my father. Me alone on mountain ridges. Me tying laces. Me stepping into the boots at the trailhead. Each moment blinked in and out, shuffled like cards, reversed and rewound. The water wasn't drowning me. It was spooling me backward. I screamed, but the sound came out wrong. Older, raspier, as though another voice had taken root in my throat. I flailed, desperate to claw free, but the boots weighed me down, dragging me deeper into the reflection. And then I was standing again. The pool was gone. The cavern was gone. I stood at the trailhead, sunlight warm on my face. My pack rested against my car, my old sneakers pinching my toes. Relief washed over me for a single breath before I froze. The boots. They sat neatly at the edge of the gravel lot, laces tied, waiting. A family walked past me, chatting lightly, preparing for their own hike. I tried to call out to warn them, but no sound left my mouth. My lips moved, forming words, but the air carried nothing. Panic swelled as I realized I couldn't step forward, couldn't move of my own will. My body felt heavy, bound by invisible strings. And then I saw him, a man across the lot, shouldering his pack, glancing at the boots just as I once had. His face was unfamiliar, but the hesitation in his eyes was the same. I wanted to scream at him not to touch them, not to repeat the mistake. My throat convulsed with the effort, but only silence poured out. He bent down, slipped them on, smiled faintly at the fit, and I felt my body lurch backward, dragged like a puppet. My feet scraped across the gravel, leaving footprints that pulled in the wrong direction. The last thing I saw before the forest swallowed me was the man's first step onto the trail, wearing the boots as though they were his all along. The cycle had chosen him, and I was already being walked back. My name is Mira Tolland. I was raised in a quiet coastal town where the sea dictated the rhythms of daily life. But I always found myself drawn inland, to the silence of forests and the unshakable solitude of mountains. It was not that I disliked the ocean. I respected it, feared it even. But the wilderness beyond the shore seemed to call in a way I could not easily explain. As I grew older, I made it a habit to escape into the woods whenever I could, and camping became more than a pastime. It became a way to test myself, to push against the limits of comfort and find out who I really was when night fell and nothing but trees and stars kept watch. The trip that still haunts me began like so many others. A few friends and I planned a long weekend in the backcountry, far enough from the nearest trailhead that we could forget about cell service and streetlights. There were 4 of us: myself, Ethan, who had been my closest friend since college, Nora, who prided herself on being fearless and practical, and Felix, a quieter type who seemed to prefer sketching in his notebook over conversation. We had camped together before, though never quite so deep into the wilderness. The region we chose was a stretch of forest I had only read about in fragments from online forums. A place where the trails weren't always marked, and where the woods were known for strange weather. Some hikers said the nights grew colder than they should, or that firewood took longer to catch. But to me, those were exactly the sorts of warnings that made the trip sound worthwhile. We arrived late in the afternoon, after hours of hiking, our packs heavy but spirits high. The forest around us was lush, with canopies so dense that daylight filtered through like green glass. The air smelled of pine and damp soil, a smell that usually brought me comfort. We scouted a clearing beside a small brook, the kind of spot that seemed perfect water source. Nearby, ground flat enough for tents, and trees just far enough apart to give a sense of space without leaving us too exposed. By the time we pitched the tents, dusk had already begun to pull long shadows through the trees, and Nora insisted we get a fire going before darkness claimed the clearing completely. That was when things first went wrong. I gathered kindling and snapped twigs from fallen branches, arranging them carefully in the fire ring we built from smooth stones. Ethan struck a match, cupping his hand to shield it from the breeze, and lowered it to the pile. The dry bark caught at once, a flame rising with the usual crackle, but almost immediately something odd happened. Instead of spreading, the flame climbed upward, stretching thin like a thread pulled taut. Then it broke away, lifting into the air as a tiny ember, glowing red against the twilight, before drifting slowly upward. We laughed at first, assuming maybe a draft or some trick of the wood had caused it. Felix even said it looked beautiful, like the ember had been given wings. But when we tried again, the same thing happened. Every spark, every match, every brief flicker of fire refused to settle into the wood. Instead, they rose, detached, and floated upward until they were lost against the canopy. Maybe the wood's too damp, Nora suggested, though her tone betrayed her doubt. She pressed her palm against the gathered branches. They didn't feel damp to me. We tried over and over, cycling through matches until our supply grew thin. Each time, the fire refused to remain earthbound. Sparks flew upward, and more unsettlingly, they did not vanish. By the time full darkness descended, a dozen or more faint glows drifted above us, circling lazily like fireflies. Their movements seemed deliberate, as if they lingered just enough to make sure we noticed. Felix set down his sketchbook and simply stared, mouth parted in disbelief. "They're not disappearing," he whispered, and he was right. Normally, embers would fade quickly, snuffed out by the air, but these lights retained their glow, pulsing faintly like breathing. At first we convinced ourselves it was fascinating, rather than frightening. We joked about the forest having its own lanterns, about nature providing us with some strange kind of entertainment. Yet as more sparks joined the others, gathering into a loose ring around the clearing, unease began to settle in my chest. The air felt heavy, as though charged with static, and every hair on my arms rose despite the cool night. Without a fire, we were left in near total darkness. Our headlamps and lanterns cast only narrow beams, swallowed quickly by the forest beyond. The floating sparks gave off a dim light, but not enough to see by. Instead, they formed a circle, their glow outlining us like some invisible boundary. "Okay, this is weird," Ethan admitted after an hour of sitting in restless silence. "It's like they're watching." Nora tried to scoff, but her voice trembled. "They're just embers. Air currents are making them circle. That's all." Yet none of us believed her, not really. There was intention in the way those lights drifted. They weren't random. I could almost swear they adjusted whenever one of us moved, subtly shifting to maintain their circle. We attempted to eat a cold dinner, tearing into granola bars and jerky, though no one had much appetite. Every so often, Felix would glance up and mutter about the way the lights pulsed, as if sensing with our voices. I told him to stop, though part of me had noticed the same thing. The glows seemed to grow brighter whenever we spoke, dimming again when silence fell. By midnight, exhaustion began to take hold. Without fire, the chill grew sharper, seeping into our clothes. We decided to retreat into our tents, hoping sleep would reset whatever strange phenomena was unfolding. I crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around my shoulders, and listened to the quiet. The brook trickled faintly nearby, yet even that sound felt subdued, as though muffled beneath some invisible weight. I drifted close to sleep, but something pulled me back. A sound like a faint hum, low and steady, filled the clearing. At first I thought it was in my head, the ringing of tired ears, but then I realized it was external. The hum came from the floating lights. Their movements had changed. I unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The circle of sparks had drawn tighter, their glow brighter now, flickering in subtle patterns. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat. The lights weren't random anymore. They were arranging themselves, aligning into lines and arcs, forming shapes against the darkness. At first, the patterns meant nothing. Curves, hooks, fragments of something larger. But then I recognized them: letters. The sparks were spelling words. I froze, heart pounding. The letters shifted slowly, like handwriting being practiced in the air. One word at a time, glowing faintly above the clearing. I mouthed the letters as they formed. Do ATCH. Watch. I slammed the tent flap shut and pressed my back against the nylon, chest heaving. My first instinct was to wake the others, to tell them what I had seen, but dread rooted me in place. What if speaking aloud gave the lights more power? What if acknowledging them made things worse? I stayed awake for hours, listening to the hum outside, watching the faint glow seep through the thin fabric of the tent. The letters shifted again and again, though I couldn't make out every word. Sometimes it seemed like nonsense, other times fragments of sentences that vanished before completion. By the time exhaustion finally forced me into shallow, dreamless sleep, the word "watch" still burned behind my eyes. When dawn arrived, I stumbled from my tent, half expecting the lights to still be circling. But the clearing looked ordinary, bathed in pale morning sun. The embers were gone, the air no longer humming. Nora and Ethan were already awake, exchanging uneasy glances. Felix crouched near the fire ring, sketchbook open, pencil racing across the page. When I leaned over his shoulder, my stomach lurched. He had drawn the lights as I had seen them, letters forming in the air, and scrawled beneath his sketch, in a shaky hand, were the words they had spelled. They're watching. Morning should have brought relief, but instead it sharpened the strangeness of what had happened. The forest looked ordinary in daylight, every tree draped in green, every bird call mundane, and yet none of us felt at ease. The memory of those sparks, of words written in light, hung between us unspoken, like a secret too heavy to name. Ethan was the first to break the silence. "We need to leave," he said flatly, as if he had rehearsed the words all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and the lines of fatigue carved deep across his face. Nora bristled. "We've only just gotten here. One weird night and you want to turn back?" She forced a laugh, but it came out thin. Maybe it was swamp gas or something. I don't know. There's got to be an explanation. Felix closed his sketchbook with a snap. What kind of gas writes in English? His voice was hoarse, like he hadn't spoken for hours. I stayed quiet, because I didn't know what I wanted. A part of me clung to Nora's logic, craving some mundane cause. But another part, larger, heavier, knew what I had seen, and it refused to be smoothed away by science. The sparks had formed words. They had chosen them. That meant intent. And intent meant something alive, something aware. We ate a joyless breakfast and tried, unsuccessfully, to build a fire for warmth. The wood remained stubborn, refusing to catch. The few sparks we coaxed from matches lifted into the air before winking out, almost mocking us. Without fire, everything felt colder than it should have been, as though the forest itself withheld warmth. By late morning, tension had fractured our group. Ethan packed his bag and slung it over his shoulder. "I'm not staying another night here," he said. "You can call me a coward, but I'd rather be a coward alive than whatever else." Nora argued, of course, insisting it was foolish to leave without fully exploring. She loved challenges, and more than that, she hated the idea of backing down. "This is just another campfire story waiting to be explained," she said. "If we leave now, it'll follow us home, and we'll never know the truth." Felix sat apart from us, knees drawn to his chest, sketchbook balanced on his thighs. He was drawing again, though from where I stood I couldn't see what. His silence spoke louder than either Ethan or Nora. I felt torn clean down the middle. Both sides of the argument had claws in me. Finally, I suggested a compromise one more day. If nothing else happened, we'd leave in the morning. If things escalated, we would pack up immediately. It wasn't a solution, but it was enough to halt the brewing fight. The day unfolded strangely. The forest was not unkind. It gave us berries, clear water, and shaded trails. But a thread of unease wove through everything. No matter how far we wandered, the clearing always seemed unnervingly close. We followed a ridge until our legs ached, only to find ourselves back at the brook, as though the woods had rearranged themselves while our backs were turned. Felix finally spoke as we sat on the bank, our boots cooling in the stream. "It feels like we're inside a circle," he murmured, eyes fixed on the water. "Like something drew a boundary and we're just pacing inside it." The words made my skin prickle. The sparks had circled us, hadn't they? And now, in daylight, it seemed the land itself obeyed the same rule. When dusk returned, dread settled heavily across our camp. None of us admitted aloud what we expected, but it showed in the way our hands shook as we tried again, fruitlessly, to build a fire. It showed in the way Nora's bravado cracked, her jokes brittle and hollow. And it showed most in Ethan's silence, his jaw clenched, so tight I could see the muscle twitch. The first spark appeared as the last of the sun drained from the treetops. It rose from the cold fire ring, thin and bright, and hovered above the stones as if waiting. Another followed, then another, until once again the clearing filled with a slow orbit of floating lights. This time none of us pretended to find it beautiful. I gripped my knees and stared upward, heart thudding. The sparks circled faster tonight, their paths weaving tighter, more deliberate. The humming returned, low and insistent, vibrating in my chest like a second heartbeat. "They're coming back," Felix whispered, voice trembling. "They never left." The words began again. The sparks shifted, aligning into glowing letters, one after another, as though someone invisible scrawled them across the night. I watched the message form, dread turning my mouth dry. "S-T-A-Y. Stay." Nora barked a nervous laugh. "They're giving us orders now." But her voice quivered. The lights pulsed brighter, rearranging. The next word burned itself into the air. E-L-O-N-G. Belong. Ethan swore under his breath. He stood and waved his arms, shouting at the sparks. "We're not staying. Do you hear me? We don't belong here!" His voice cracked, ragged with fear. The lights reacted at once. They flared, brilliant and blinding, before scattering outward in a sudden burst. For a moment I thought they might vanish, but instead they formed new words, harsher this time, written faster as though in anger. Y-O-U-D-O, you do. The hum rose to a row, shaking the clearing. My teeth rattled, and I clamped my hands over my ears. But it didn't stop. The sound wasn't outside, it was inside, reverberating through bone and blood. Felix dropped his sketchbook and curled into himself, rocking. Nora stumbled backward, her lamp beam cutting wild arcs across the trees. Ethan kept shouting, his words swallowed by the hum. And then, without warning, every light extinguished at once. Silence crashed down, so sudden and complete it made me dizzy. We sat frozen, eyes straining against the dark, waiting for whatever would come next. The brook's trickle returned to audibility, absurdly normal. I don't know how long we sat there, too afraid to move. Eventually, one by one, we retreated to our tents, though none of us dared zip them fully closed. I lay awake, heart hammering, staring at the thin slice of night through the gap in the fabric. Hours passed. I almost convinced myself the lights were gone, that we had endured the worst. And then I saw movement. At first it looked like another spark drifting through the trees, but it didn't rise. It descended, low and slow, until it hovered just outside my tent. It pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat, then began to trace a line across the ground. Letters again. I couldn't look away. M-I-R-O-A. My name. The breath caught in my throat, loud as a scream inside the tent. I clapped a hand over my mouth, willing myself to silence. The light pulsed brighter, as if pleased, then drifted away, leaving the letters glowing faintly in the dirt like embers cooling after fire. I didn't sleep. None of us did, though in the morning we pretended otherwise. Felix's eyes were red and swollen. Nora's hands shook when she packed her bag. Ethan didn't even speak. And I carried the knowledge that the lights knew me, that they had singled me out. When the sun rose high, I tried to convince the others to leave. But the forest refused. No matter which direction we walked, the paths curved back toward the clearing. Our compasses spun uselessly, needles twitching as if repelled. We were trapped. And worse, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lights weren't merely keeping us here. They were waiting. The third night arrived like a sentence passed down. None of us spoke much as dusk bled through the trees. We knew what would happen. What always happened, sparks would rise. The air would hum and words would form. And though part of me wanted to run blind through the forest, to claw my way free no matter the cost, some deeper instinct warned me that fleeing would not help. The lights had made that clear. We sat in the clearing, cold dinner untouched, waiting. The silence pressed in thickly, broken only by the brook's faint murmur. Then, as the first star appeared above the canopy, the sparks returned. They rose from the fire ring as if pulled by invisible strings, drifting higher until dozens circled us again. My stomach clenched. I had never feared light before, but now each glow made me want to shrink into myself. The humming began, louder this time, vibrating through the soil and our bones. My chest ached with every pulse. Nora dropped her food and whispered, "It's worse." Ethan didn't answer. He was staring up with hollow eyes. Felix clutched his sketchbook, hands trembling so Badly, the pencil scratched wild lines. The sparks didn't waste time with single words. They gathered in long streams, letters unfurling across the night like a glowing script, written by an unseen hand. The words floated above us, drifting slowly but steady enough to be read. Y-U-H, E-L-O-N-G-A, S-T-A. The messages repeated, shifting in endless cycles. Then they changed. L-E-R-N, do-I, S-P. The humming rose sharply as if demanding. They want something, Felix whispered. They want us to talk to them. To answer. His face was pale, lips chapped, but his eyes shone with a fevered light. Ethan snapped. You're insane if you think I'm saying a word to them. His voice broke, raw and desperate. This is wrong. It's not natural. We shouldn't even be looking. But the lights shifted again, aligning into a single, deliberate phrase. S-P-A-K-T-O-U-S, Myra. The letters blazed, brighter than all before, searing against my eyes. My throat went dry. They had written my name again. They had chosen me. Nora grabbed my arm. Don't give them what they want. Her grip was strong, almost bruising. You don't know what happens if you answer. But something inside me pulsed in rhythm with the lights. I felt tethered to them, as though each ember carried a thread tied to my chest. I didn't want to speak. God, I didn't. But the words scraped at my throat, and when I opened my mouth, a whisper escaped without my consent. What do you want? The forest seemed to inhale. Every light froze mid-drift, glowing steady as stars. Then they reformed, writing with aching slowness, each letter deliberate. Stia. I shook my head, tears burning hot. We can't. We don't belong here. The reply came at once. UDO. Ethan stumbled forward, shouting hoarsely.
No, she doesn't belong to you.
None of us do. He hurled a stone at the circling lights. It passed harmlessly through, but the sparks flared as if struck. The humming rose to a scream. The lights collapsed inward, converging in a violent whirl above the fire ring. The glow condensed, swirling tighter, until it was no longer a scattering of sparks, but a single seething sphere of white, gold fire. The heat washed across us in waves, yet the wood below still refused to ignite. Felix dropped to his knees, sketchbook falling open. His pencil moved of its own accord. Hand dragged across the page like a puppet. Shapes emerged. Letters, symbols, lines I didn't recognize. He gasped with each stroke, but he couldn't stop. His eyes rolled, white body trembling. Felix! Nora screamed, rushing to him, but an invisible force threw her backward. She landed hard, breath knocked out. The sphere pulsed once, then split into dozens of sparks again. Each brighter than before, they shot outward, forming a perfect circle at the edge of the clearing, a boundary. A cage. My name appeared again, this time written around the entire circumference. Mar. Over and over, glowing letters encased me. Why me? I cried, my voice cracking, tears spilling hot down my cheeks. Why are you choosing me? The sparks shifted, answering in a phrase that made the blood drain from my face. Why use Pieki? O-U-R war DS. I realized with horror that they had been learning. Each time I mouthed the letters, each time Felix sketched, each sound we made, they were practicing through us, borrowing our mouths, our hands. We had been teaching them without meaning to. Felix convulsed, dropping his pencil. His sketchbook pages fluttered in the windless air, glowing faintly with the same light as the sparks. Lines of writing filled every page, words in a language I did not recognize. His eyes opened wide, and in a voice not entirely his own, he whispered, "They are writing themselves into us." Nora crawled to her feet, wild with panic. "We have to get out. I don't care if the forest bends itself. We'll run until our legs give out. We can't stay another night." But the sparks tightened their circle. The message formed again, larger than before, blazing in the air. "STI." Ethan broke then. He charged at the lights, fist swinging uselessly, screaming curses until his voice gave way to sobs. The sparks engulfed him in a flash. He vanished, just gone. The air rippled where he had stood, and then there was nothing. Nora screamed his name, clawing at the glowing wall. I froze, terror rooting me where I stood. Felix collapsed in the dirt, eyes shut, chest heaving shallowly. The lights dimmed, almost tenderly, as though calming a frightened animal. Then the words shifted again, slow and deliberate. "Sta, Myre, Duberite, Var US, Bilanji." The letters hovered inches from my face. The air smelled of ozone and scorched earth. I understood, with sickening clarity, that leaving was never an option. Not for me. They had marked me the first night. I looked at Nora, who stared back, desperate and broken. "Don't," she mouthed, shaking her head. But my hand moved toward Felix's fallen sketchbook, almost against my will. My fingers brushed the pages, and light coursed up my arm, searing but not burning. My skin glowed faintly, veins lit like rivers of fire. The sparks swirled faster, the humming resolving into something almost like voices. Whispers layered over one another, pleading, coaxing, commanding. They wanted words. They wanted language. They wanted me. I lifted the pencil. My hand no longer belonged to me. The letters spilled onto the page, the same ones glowing above. Each stroke was effortless, automatic, as though my bones had always known this script. "Mira," Nora sobbed, clutching the edge of my sleeve. "Stop. Please." But I couldn't. The sparks pressed closer, their light blinding. The last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me was a phrase forming across the night sky, larger than the trees, brighter than the moon. "YUR fire." When I woke, the clearing was empty. The tents, the packs. Even my friends were gone. Only the sketchbook remained, its pages filled with glowing words I couldn't read, though I knew they were mine. The brook still trickled, indifferent. The forest was silent, and above me, drifting like patient stars, the sparks circled still, watching, waiting, teaching themselves through my hand. I have not found a way out. Days pass, or maybe weeks. The sun rises and falls, but the clearing never changes. Food never runs out, though I don't remember eating. Sleep comes and goes, and always the lights remain. They are inside me now. When I close my eyes, I see the words, and my lips move, whispering phrases I don't understand. The sketchbook grows heavy with pages I don't recall writing. If anyone ever finds this, if these words somehow escape the circle, I beg you, do not seek this place. Do not answer the lights. Do not let them learn your name, because once they do, you belong to them. My name is Cora Bennett, and what I am about to recount is something I still struggle to frame in simple words. It happened during a camping trip meant to be ordinary, an early summer retreat, with friends to a stretch of wilderness, far from cities and cell towers. The plan was to spend a week together in a remote valley, tucked beside a river where the banks widened just enough to hold our cluster of tents. I had gone camping before, but this time was different. Not because of where we pitched camp, or the company I kept, but because of what the sky decided to become when it turned against us. A storm rose that seemed endless, and the thunder never stopped rolling. Between the cracks of sound, it began to change. It sounded like applause. Not distant, not accidental, but deliberate, as if the heavens themselves were an audience that had found us worth clapping for. There were 4 of us in total: myself, my brother Caleb, his girlfriend Dana, and our mutual friend Alex. Caleb had been the one to push for the trip, promising a week away from the distractions of everyday life. I had agreed, partly because I needed the break, and partly because I couldn't resist the idea of river water and quiet mornings. At the time, I told myself that any storm, any bad weather, would only make the trip more authentic. I even packed extra tarps, proud of my foresight. Looking back, that seems almost childish, as if I believed preparation could protect me from what was coming. We arrived under skies that were deceptively clear. The river gleamed with shifting light, and the tree line hummed with the slow music of wind brushing leaves. We spent the first night laughing, building a fire, cooking sausages on sticks. I can still hear Dana's laugh carrying across the water, echoing like bells that struck against one another. Nothing seemed out of place then, not even when the first low rumbles of thunder began in the distance. Thunder is common enough in the summer. It was easy to ignore, easy to fold into the backdrop of conversation. But when I crawled into my tent that night, I realized it hadn't stopped. It rolled and rolled, never breaking, as if some great stone were being dragged across the sky and never allowed to rest. By morning, the storm was full upon us. It came sudden and heavy, sheets of rain hammering the tents until they sagged under the weight of water. Lightning split the clouds in jagged bursts, but it was the thunder that unsettled me most. It was not sharp or explosive. It was rolling, constant, never fading before the next wave arrived. Each time there was a break, a thinner seam of silence. I thought it was finished, only for another clap to surge in. Then, slowly, I began to hear something else threaded between it. The breaks themselves weren't empty. They were filled with a strange rhythm, soft but unmistakable, like hands clapping in a cavern. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the brain's attempt to force pattern onto sound. But the more I listened, the more certain I became. Someone, or something, was clapping in the silence between thunder. We stayed pinned inside the tents through the morning, trying to outwait the storm. Caleb tried to make jokes, telling us that storms out here could sometimes go on for days, and we should treat it like an enforced vacation. But he wasn't smiling when he said it. Dana was quiet, hugging her knees to her chest. And Alex kept tugging at the zipper of the tent flap, as if checking the storm outside might change it. I tried to distract myself by reading a paperback I had brought, but the sound was too consuming. You can't read when the sky sounds like it's mocking you. You can't focus when applause rises between the cracks of thunder. Applause that grows in number as though more hands were joining in. By afternoon, the storm hadn't broken. The ground was soggy, the river swollen. We had to leave the safety of the tents to dig small trenches to redirect the water, or else risk our sleeping bags floating by nightfall. I remember kneeling in mud, my hands numb and filthy, and thinking that the air felt wrong. The rain had weight, yes, but there was something else to it. A texture almost. Each drop that struck me seemed to land too heavy, like small pebbles. I tried to laugh at myself for imagining such a thing, But Dana whispered that she felt it too. She said the rain didn't feel like rain anymore. When she said it, Alex threw down the stick he had been using and went back into his tent, refusing to speak. The clapping grew louder as daylight dimmed. I don't know how else to describe it. At first it had been faint, like distant echo, but now it was distinct. The rhythm shifted, slowed, then sped again, as though whoever was performing was waiting for us to listen. Once, I thought I heard my name in it. Not a voice, not words, but the way the beat of the claps seemed to shape into syllables. So, ra. 2 beats, a pause. Fo, ra. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood, just to feel something that belonged to me and not the storm. When night fell, the river was no longer calm. It raged against the banks, black water slamming in waves that almost reached our fire pit. We couldn't risk cooking, not with the rain hissing at every spark. Instead, we sat in the main tent, the 4 of us crammed together, listening to the thunder and the applause. The tent walls trembled with each crash. At some point, Dana began to cry. She tried to smother the sound, pressing her hand against her mouth, but I could hear her sobs against the fabric. Caleb wrapped his arms around her, murmuring things I couldn't make out. Alex kept staring at the ceiling, as if he could see through it, as if he could count the number of hands waiting just above us. Sleep was impossible. Every time I drifted close, a louder clap would drag me back. The air inside the tent was damp, suffocating. My clothes clung cold against my skin, and in the deepest hours of night, I swear I heard something shift outside. Not just wind or water. Footsteps. The storm should have masked everything, but these were clear, deliberate, slapping down in rhythm with the applause. I wanted to wake the others, but fear locked me. My body refused to move. I lay rigid, eyes wide in the dark, listening to the sound circle the tent. Step. Step. Clap. A performance meant only for us. When dawn came, the storm had not passed. If anything, it was stronger. Our campsite was an island, the river having spread to claim nearly all the clearing. The trees looked warped in the gray light, branches twisted like arms reaching. We had no choice but to stay. We couldn't wade across. Not with the current so vicious. Caleb tried to sound confident when he said it would let up soon, but I caught the way his hands shook as he tightened the guy lines on the tent. His knuckles were pale, his jaw locked. He had heard it too. He had heard the applause and the steps. We all had. But none of us were willing to admit it aloud. That second day felt longer than any day I have lived. The storm seemed to be feeding itself, growing stronger as we weakened. Food tasted of mildew, sleep was a stranger, and every hour the applause pressed closer. Sometimes it was 100 hands, sometimes only 1. Sometimes the rhythm was joyous, like ovation at a grand stage. Other times it was slow, solitary, sarcastic, and always it was directed at us. Not the valley, not the world, but us. By the second night, my nerves were fraying. I could no longer tell where thunder ended and clapping began. Lightning flashed in jagged arcs, illuminating the tent walls, and in those moments I swore I saw shapes beyond them. Shadows too tall, too bent, moving in sync with the storm. I stopped trying to convince myself they were tricks of the light. The storm wasn't weather anymore. It was a presence, a thing alive and aware, and it had trapped us for reasons I didn't want to name. The second night was the first time I realized we might not leave that place alive. I had known storms before, but storms pass. They crash, they rage, then they fall away into silence. This one only grew, like a lung inhaling deeper each hour, pulling itself wider and fuller, until it became the only thing that existed. The river was no longer just swollen. It was violent, chewing at its banks, frothing, like an animal trying to break through its cage. The trees whipped back and forth, their roots clutching the earth with visible strain. But still, it was the sound that cut deeper than any sight. The applause had become so pronounced that it felt staged. One moment it was scattered, playful even. The next it was unified. Hundreds of hands clapping in perfect time, echoing inside the thunder like a practiced chorus. It wasn't just a storm. It was an audience that had grown bored of watching quietly. Inside the tent, we barely spoke. Caleb sat near the door flap, his back straight like a soldier on night watch. Dana clung to him, her face pressed into his shoulder, eyes wide and sleepless. Alex was the worst off. He had curled into himself, mumbling things under his breath that none of us could decipher. His lips moved constantly, like he was rehearsing lines for a role he hadn't wanted to take. I wanted to reach out, to ask what he was saying, but fear made my throat close. It felt dangerous to acknowledge the clapping aloud, as if naming it would make it stronger. At some point past midnight, the rhythm changed again. The claps fell into a slower pattern, deliberate, each one spaced by heartbeats. Thunder followed them like a drum roll, but I could hear the hands clearly. 1 pause. 2 pause. 3. It felt like counting. It felt like being measured. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, though the air was so humid I could hardly breathe. Sweat dripped down my neck and into my shirt, but the cold in my chest kept spreading. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine I was anywhere else, but the storm had claimed imagination too. Every thought circled back to the sound, to the idea that whoever was clapping was standing just outside, drenched and grinning, applauding us for being trapped. I don't know when sleep finally took me, but when I woke, it was still dark. My first thought was that the thunder had stopped, but that was wrong. It hadn't. It was simply masked by another sound. Voices. Not clapping anymore, not exactly. Voices speaking, hundreds of them, layered so thickly they became indistinct. They weren't words I understood. They overlapped, whispered, shouted, laughed. It was chaos. I sat up too quickly, my head pounding, and nearly cried out when I saw the silhouette at the tent door. Caleb was still sitting upright, unmoving, his head tilted back like he was listening to something too distant for us. I whispered his name, but he didn't answer. He only raised one hand slowly, palm outward, as though signaling for silence. Then came the applause again, loud enough to shake the ground beneath us, and Caleb's hand fell limp to his side. When morning bled gray through the sky, the rain eased just enough for us to venture outside. It wasn't relief. The silence of the storm's lull was worse. The applause didn't vanish. It carried from the trees now, softer, almost hidden, but unmistakable, like a crowd holding back their enthusiasm, waiting for the right cue to erupt again. The forest looked broken. Limbs snapped. Mudslides carved trenches where our paths had been. The river had taken the last of the fire pit and was chewing at the roots of the nearest tree. I could see where water had crept dangerously close to my tent. Another night like that, and the river would claim us whole. Caleb insisted we had to leave, storm or not. He said the weather was unnatural, and the only chance we had was to find higher ground. Maybe a ridgeline where the water couldn't follow. Dana tried to argue that the river crossing was impossible, that the current would pull us under in seconds, but he shut her down quickly. His voice cracked when he shouted at her, and I realized he was hanging on by threads. Alex didn't say a word. He only stared at the tree line, his lips still moving with that silent mantra. His hands shook as he packed his gear, though I don't know why he bothered. Everything we owned was soaked through. We set out anyway. The mud swallowed our boots, sucking at us with every step, slowing us until progress was almost impossible. The rain returned in sudden bursts, blinding and cold, and each time it did, the applause surged again. I could feel it wrapping around us, bouncing off the trees, coming from every direction at once. It didn't sound like encouragement. It sounded mocking, like we were a play being performed badly, and the audience knew it. The worse the terrain became, the louder the clapping grew. Branches snapped above us, though no one touched them. Shadows flickered at the edge of vision, darting between trees in time with the applause. Once, I turned too quickly and caught a glimpse of something pale. An arm, I think, before it vanished behind a trunk. I didn't look again. I couldn't. After hours that felt like days, we collapsed under a cluster of leaning pines. Caleb checked the compass, though it spun without reason, twitching back and forth as if drawn in circles. He cursed under his breath and slammed it into the mud. Dana tried to calm him, but her voice was lost beneath another thunderclap that rolled too long, too deep, until it didn't sound like thunder anymore. It sounded like an ovation, thousands of hands striking together, echoing in my bones. My ears rang from it, my vision blurring. Alex dropped to his knees and began clapping back, weak and unsteady, tears streaming down his face. "They want us to join," he whispered hoarsely. "That's all they want." I pulled at him, begged him to stop, but his hands kept smacking together until they were red and raw. The rest of the day dissolved into a blur of water and fear. We found no ridgeline, no path out. Every time we thought we were climbing higher, the forest shifted beneath us. Trails bent into themselves. Fallen logs blocked the way. The river reappeared ahead of us when we were sure we had walked away from it. The storm had no end, and the forest had no direction. By dusk, we were back where we started, our tents half collapsed, the ground around them sinking under pools of black water. Caleb swore it wasn't possible, that we hadn't turned around. But there we were, our footprints leading us back like obedient dogs. Dana began to scream then, high and sharp, until her voice broke. She fell into the mud, rocking back and forth, her sobs merging with the storm's rhythm until I couldn't tell which belonged to her and which to it. That night, the storm decided to change again. The applause grew softer, replaced by something worse humming. At first it was low and distinct, but it swelled quickly, dozens of tones weaving together, until the entire valley vibrated with it. It wasn't a melody. It was a drone. Monotonous and endless, pressing into our skulls. Lying in the tent, I felt it in my teeth, in the marrow of my bones. Caleb stuffed his ears with damp cloth, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't outside anymore. It was in us. When lightning flashed, I saw Dana's face lit white, her mouth wide open though she made no sound. Her eyes stared at nothing. And Alex was still clapping. Slow now, deliberate, keeping time with the storm as though he were leading it forward. I don't remember sleeping, only slipping in and out of consciousness. Images swam behind my eyes, a crowd standing waist, deep in water, faces tilted to the sky, their hands never pausing. shadows bending into shapes that weren't human but still upright, their limbs moving in patterns too practiced to be random. And above them, something enormous, unseen, its laughter shaking the heavens. Every time I woke, the storm was still there, patient, waiting, applauding. When dawn came again, it brought no sun, just a lighter shade of gray. A promise that we were still alive, but not released. Caleb stood outside the tent, shoulders squared, staring at the sky as if daring it to break. His lips were moving too now. Not like Alex's muttering, but repeating a single phrase over and over. I couldn't hear it, drowned as it was by thunder and rain. I didn't want to. My brother had stopped being my brother. The storm had claimed him as part of its cast. By the third day, I no longer trusted my own senses. The storm had eroded them piece by piece, stripping away what I thought I knew about rain, about thunder, about how sound should behave in the open air. My body was exhausted beyond recognition. My thoughts slowed, my skin felt waterlogged, and even my voice, when I tried to speak, sounded unfamiliar to me. Thinner, strained, like it belonged to someone else. I wasn't the only one unraveling. Caleb, Dana, and Alex looked like different people. Their faces had the waxy pallor of drowned bodies. Lips cracked, eyes rimmed with bruised shadows. We had eaten nothing substantial since the first night. The storm drowned out hunger and thirst. All we felt was the weight of the sound pressing down on us, clapping, rolling, humming, never ending. That morning, we made another attempt to leave. The river had torn itself wider, carrying logs and debris that slammed into each other with terrible force. But Caleb insisted we had no choice. His voice was hoarse, his words clipped. Dana begged him not to try, her hands clutching his arm. But he shook her off with a roughness that startled me. He wasn't my brother anymore. His eyes were glassy, reflecting lightning flashes, even when none filled the sky. He told us the storm wasn't random, that it was calling us somewhere. If we followed the rhythm, he said, it would lead us out. Alex nodded vigorously at that, still clapping softly, his palms raw and bleeding. Yes, he whispered. We have to follow the performance. The words chilled me. Performance, audience, rhythm. They had all begun to speak as if the storm were not weather at all, but theater. And we were the cast. We packed again, though there was little left dry to carry. My bag sagged with soaked clothes, useless weight that dragged at me. The forest was worse now, trunks uprooted, trails erased. Mud came to our knees in some places, sucking and pulling so hard that each step felt like a decision between moving forward or staying buried. The applause followed us no matter where we turned. Sometimes it came from far ahead, urging us to hurry. Other times it flared behind us, as though mocking us for our slowness. At one point I swore I felt a hand strike against my back in time with the clapping, though when I spun, no one was there. Dana clung to me, her teeth chattering though the air was warm. She whispered that the storm knew her name now too, that it had begun chanting it inside the thunder. I told her not to listen, but how could we not? The storm filled everything. By midday, we stumbled into a clearing none of us recognized. It wasn't part of any map, nor did it feel like it belonged to the forest we had entered days before. The ground was bare, stripped of grass, churned into black mud. In the center stood a single tree, massive and dead, its branches skeletal against the gray sky. The applause was deafening here, reverberating from every direction, as though the tree were the stage we had been herded toward. Caleb dropped to his knees in front of it, his arms outstretched. Alex joined him instantly, clapping harder now, his skin splitting, blood mixing with rain. Dana and I stood frozen, unable to move. Lightning forked overhead, striking so close the air itself burned. For a moment, in that blaze of light, I saw them. Figures all around the clearing, their hands raised, clapping. Not flesh, not human, but shadows shaped into audience. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, their applause vibrating the world itself. Caleb began to speak then, his voice carrying above the thunder. He shouted words I didn't recognize, a language that scraped against my ears like broken glass. Alex echoed him, their voices weaving together with the storm's drone. The tree's branches trembled, as though the dead wood itself were listening. I grabbed Dana's arm, tried to pull her back toward the tree line, but she wouldn't move. Her eyes were wide, locked on Caleb, her lips moving as if she were trying to follow along. I shook her harder, begged her, screamed her name, but she only whispered. They're almost finished. Don't ruin it. The storm's clapping surged then, louder than anything before, until I thought my skull would split from the pressure. Lightning struck the tree dead center, blinding white exploding across the clearing. For an instant, I saw Caleb and Alex silhouetted in the light, their arms raised, their mouths wide. Then the thunder crashed, not rolling, not distant, but direct, a single blast like the sky itself breaking open. I fell to the ground, my ears ringing, mud swallowing my hands. When I looked up, the tree was burning, black flames crawling its bark, though rain still fell in sheets around it. Caleb and Alex were gone. Only the clapping remained, echoing so loud it felt inside my chest, shaking my heart. Dana finally screamed. She tore free of me and ran toward the burning tree, calling Caleb's name. I scrambled after her, slipping in mud, but she was too fast. She reached the flames, her body lit by their strange glow. And then she was simply gone. No scream, no collapse. Just gone, as though the storm had pulled her into itself. The applause rose into a frenzy, waves of sound crashing together, celebratory, ecstatic. They had their finale. They had their end. I don't remember running, but I must have. One moment I was in that clearing, and the next I was in the trees, stumbling, half-blind, choking on rain. The storm chased me, applause pounding from every side. Laughter braided into the thunder. I tripped over roots, slid down mud-choked slopes, scraped my skin raw on branches. But I kept moving, because the only other choice was to stop. And I knew what happened to those who stopped. At some point, exhaustion claimed me. I collapsed under a cluster of rocks, curling into myself, waiting for the storm to tear me apart. But the applause began to fade. The thunder weakened. When I opened my eyes, light was breaking through the clouds, weak and pale, but real. The storm was gone. The forest around me was quiet. Birds even sang, hesitant at first, then stronger. It was over, or so I wanted to believe. It took me 2 days to find my way out of those woods. By then, the sun was steady, the river had shrunk back to its bed, and the world looked normal again. No one believed my story. They called it shock trauma, survivor's guilt. Search teams found no trace of Caleb, Dana, or Alex. The campsite was washed away, the clearing with the dead tree missing entirely. I stopped trying to explain. Every word I said only pushed people further from me, so I let them think what they wanted. But I know what I heard, what I saw. Even now, months later, I hear it sometimes. In the distance, when storms build, when thunder rolls too long across the horizon, a faint sound, hidden in the silence between Not rain, not echo, but hands clapping, applauding, waiting for me to return to the stage. And I know one day, I will. My name is Mateo Singh. I am 20, 8 years old, an outdoor enthusiast by passion, and a freelance cartographer by profession. I make maps for a living, often filling in the blank spaces where trails fade, where topographic records are decades out of date, or where hikers have spoken of routes that do not quite exist on official registries. I am not a thrill seeker in the reckless sense, but I carry with me the patience of someone who has stared at contour lines long enough to wonder what lives between them. That curiosity has been the quiet force behind much of my life, and it was that same impulse that led me into the stretch of wilderness where I found the spirals of cairns. The trip was meant to be a brief solo excursion into the upper ridges of the northern range, a place less traveled than the main loop of the park. I had traced an unmarked valley on a faded forestry survey, noticing faint ridgelines that had no connecting paths. A place like that pulls me like gravity. I packed for 3 nights tent, stove, freeze, dried meals, compass, GPS, and notebooks where I sketched the terrain as I walked. My backpack had the familiar weight, a comfort that reminded me of past trips. I had told myself this was routine, simply another survey, another walk into silence. Yet I also knew I wanted to see what others had left behind. The whispers of routes not on any map. On the first evening, as shadows stretched long between the pines, I came across the cairns. They stood knee-high, neat stacks of stones balanced with deliberate care. At first, I thought they marked a trail, left by conscientious hikers. But the arrangement was peculiar. They were not lined in the usual manner, not guiding forward. Instead, they coiled, one after another, forming broad spirals that curved into the trees, like a slow whirlpool of stone. My professional instinct told me they were landmarks of some kind, perhaps an old ranger's system, or even a forgotten cultural marker. I had seen cairns on alpine routes before, but these had no logic I could map. Still, I followed. Curiosity overrides suspicion when you spend your life studying trails. You trust that patterns, even odd ones, will resolve into meaning. The spiral tightened as I continued. My boots pressed into damp earth, and each step felt like I was walking deeper into something curated rather than natural. The air grew still, and the usual forest sounds dimmed until even the wind through needles seemed cautious. I noted their positions in my journal, sketched the loops with lines that crossed back over one another. It was already late, and though I told myself I would camp before dark, I let the cairns lead me. When you find a system that makes no sense, part of you wants to see its end. There was no end. The spirals broke apart and re-formed overlapping circles that led me across a shallow ridge and into a small clearing. By then, the last blush of dusk had drained from the sky, leaving only the cold shine of a rising moon. I decided I would stop there, in that clearing, rather than stumble blind through a forest of stone markers. I set my tent, cooked a small meal, and tried to ignore the unease tugging at me. It was not fear exactly, more like being watched by a puzzle that had yet to reveal itself. The night deepened. I drifted in and out of sleep, the distant rustle of branches sometimes jerking me awake. When the breeze shifted, I thought I heard the sound of pebbles tumbling, faint, as though someone were rearranging stones in the dark. Each time I sat up, silence returned, thick and whole. Eventually, exhaustion pinned me down, and I slept. At dawn, when I crawled out of the tent, I froze. The cairns were no longer spiraled through the forest. They were circled tightly around my camp, their stacks forming a rough ring, no more than 20 feet from where I stood. Each one was perfectly upright, carefully balanced, stones of various sizes smoothed and set in symmetrical towers. My first reaction was rational. Animals could not have done this, and no natural event could have arranged them with such intention. Someone had been here during the night. The thought should have sparked panic, but instead it produced a strange blankness, as though my mind refused to accept the intrusion fully. I walked to the nearest cairn, crouched, and touched its stones. Cold, damp with morning dew. No sign of disturbance. No footprints in the soil that I could see. I told myself it was a prank. Perhaps hikers who had seen my tent and decided to unsettle me. But who hikes in silence, in the dead of night, carrying enough stones to encircle a camp, without waking the sleeper inside? That absence of sound was what gnawed at me most. I remembered the faint clink of tumbling rock, the noise I had dismissed as branches shifting. Maybe it had been real, echoing from just beyond the fabric of my tent. Breakfast was mechanical. I forced oatmeal down, checked my map, and considered packing early to hike back. Yet the part of me that maps the world felt tethered. This was not just an anomaly. It was a message of some kind, a system. And systems could be documented. So I noted it all. The diameter of the ring, the number of cairns, the distance between them. My notes looked clinical, but my hands trembled as I wrote. I tried to push the unease into data because data's safe. Patterns are safe. By mid-morning, I shouldered my pack and chose to follow the opening in the circle where the stones left a narrow gap. It felt almost like permission to leave. The path beyond showed another sequence of cairns, spiraling again, tighter this time, drawing me in like a drain. I told myself I would follow only for a short while, just to see where they led. The rationalization rang hollow, but still, I walked. The spiral constricted quickly, so that I was forced to step carefully between cairns, placed only a yard apart. Each stack rose higher than before, some waist level, some nearly to my chest. Their shapes grew stranger, less symmetrical, with slanted stones wedged at precarious angles, as though gravity itself bent to keep them balanced. My compass needle spun briefly, then steadied, but the sight was enough to make me pocket it uneasily. The GPS flickered, its screen dimming in odd pulses before stabilizing again. Technology faltered where stone was certain. I walked for what felt like an hour, though the sun still sat low. My sense of direction unraveled. The spiral doubled back, twisting until I was certain I was crossing ground I had already walked. My own footprints in damp soil confirmed it. Yet the cairns had changed places, stacks arranged in new positions that made each loop distinct. I sketched again, but the drawings contradicted one another. What I had mapped 20 minutes prior no longer existed. Eventually, I forced myself to stop. I could not keep walking into loops. I returned the way I thought I had come, passing through cairns that shifted behind me, their alignment subtly different each time I glanced back. When I finally broke free into another clearing, I almost dropped to my knees in relief. The spiral had spat me out, or released me. But as I turned, I realized the cairns had not vanished. They formed another ring, larger than the last, and again my tent stood inside it. The realization landed heavy. I had walked for hours, yet I was still trapped in the circle. I sat for a long time, trying to reason it out. Maybe I had become disoriented, looping in my own confusion until I returned to camp by mistake. Yet my gut rejected the explanation. Too many details resisted logic. The rearrangement of stones without sound, the spirals that tightened and released, the shifting maps in my journal. These were not accidents of navigation. Something was shaping the space around me. Something patient, deliberate, and unseen. That night, I did not sleep easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the sound of stone sliding against stone, the patient construction of patterns I could not understand. When I lit my headlamp and looked out, the ring remained still, mute, yet the certainty lingered that its configuration was not final, that it was waiting for me to close my eyes again. The second night passed in fragments of half-sleep, each hour punctuated by waking to the subtle certainty that something had shifted. I would open my eyes to the dim glow of the tent walls, listen to the stillness, and then drift again into shallow dreams, where cairns leaned closer with every breath. By dawn, when I finally unzipped the tent, my fear proved itself. The circle had tightened. The cairns now stood scarcely 10 feet from my shelter, their stones stacked higher, some nearly level with my chest. The opening had walked through yesterday was gone. I stood inside a ring with no exit. The rational part of me fought for control. I forced myself to breathe, to steady my thoughts, to remind myself that I was a mapmaker, that I dealt with the terrain as it was, not as imagination colored it. Yet even in that discipline, dread swelled. Stones had moved. They did not topple, did not scatter. They rearranged themselves with intention. My notes, which I had made carefully the day before, no longer matched what surrounded me. Every tower was taller, sharper, their silhouettes against the rising sun jagged as broken teeth. I packed quickly, stuffing my sleeping bag and stove with trembling hands. My instinct was to move, to do anything but remain penned in. But there was nowhere to go. The cairns enclosed me like a wall. I tried stepping between them, pushing carefully to slip through a gap. The moment my boot crossed the invisible threshold, a noise rose from the stones. A low grinding like the inside of a quarry, as if unseen hands had shifted their weight in warning. My heart lurched. I stumbled back inside the circle, the sound ceasing as instantly as it began. That was the first time I admitted it fully. To myself, the cairns were alive in some sense. Not alive in the way trees grow or rivers carve valleys, but alive in their arrangement, their silent awareness. They knew when I crossed their boundary. They had set the rules. I tried to distract myself with routine. I boiled water for coffee, ate a protein bar, forced myself to sketch again. If I could map it, I could make sense of it. The drawing showed a perfect circle. 36 cairns, each separated by nearly the same distance. I labeled them clockwise, numbers 1 to 36. It looked clean on paper, as if order existed. But when I glanced up from the notebook, I swore the numbers no longer matched. The spacing between towers felt uneven. Some clustered closer, some leaning inward as if conferring in silence. By midday, I grew restless. I paced the small ground inside my prison, maybe 20 feet across at its widest. Every step seemed to shrink the space. I checked my compass again, and the needle spun lazily before freezing north. The GPS flickered, screen lines blurring into static, until only a dim green glow remained. The technology could not read where I was. The map was gone. In the long hours of the afternoon, I tried calling out. My voice cracked against the trees, echoing faintly, but no answer returned. I shouted until my throat ached. The forest listened with indifference. At one point, a crow landed atop the tallest cairn, its black eyes reflecting the light. It cocked its head, let out a harsh cry, and then flew off, leaving a single feather lodged between stones. I watched it until the wind took it away. The sun dipped lower, dragging shadows across the ground. I realized with fresh terror that the cairns themselves cast no shadow longer than their own stones. The trees stretched dark lines. My tent spilled its shadow long across the earth, but the cairn's darkness clung tight, never stretching, as if the light refused to pass through them. I tested it with my headlamp, waving the beam across their surfaces. The stones glowed pale under the light, but behind them, the shadows swallowed the beam like water-absorbing ink. That night, I dared not sleep. I sat outside the tent, clutching my camp knife, though I knew it was meaningless against stone. Hours bled together in silence. But sometime past midnight, I heard it, the sound of movement. Not footsteps, not animals. The scrape of rock on rock, steady and patient. My lamp beam caught nothing but stillness, yet the sound circled me, first to the left, then the right, like the tightening of gears in some great unseen machine. When the noise finally ceased, I realized I had been holding my breath so long my chest burned. Morning revealed the result. The circle had shrunk again. The cairns now pressed barely 6 feet from the tent walls, enclosing me like ribs around a heart. Their height had grown as well. Many stacks rose taller than me, their upper stones balanced with impossible precision. The ring felt less like a boundary and more like a cage. Panic set in fully then. I threw myself against one of the cairns, shoulder first, sending the upper stones tumbling. For a moment, I felt a surge of victory. But as the rocks clattered to the ground, a vibration rippled beneath my feet, deep as thunder, though the sky was clear. The other cairns seemed to hum faintly, a chorus of stone grinding in their throats. When I staggered back, the collapsed tower rebuilt itself before my eyes. Pebbles shifted, stacking again with a patience that mocked me. In less than a minute, the cairn stood whole, taller than before. My knife clattered from my hand, useless. I screamed then, an animal sound, raw and hopeless. No one answered. Only the trees beyond, unreachable, swayed faintly as if stirred by a breeze I could not feel. I retreated to the tent, shaking. The circle was not just shrinking. It was correcting me, teaching me. Every attempt to break free resulted in the same conclusion. I was inside a system I could not alter. The cairns allowed no rebellion. My role was simply to watch as the walls closed. The day dragged on in suffocating repetition. I drank from my water supply sparingly, chewed dried fruit without appetite. The sun passed overhead, and the circle cast its strange non-shadows, the ground inside steadily robbed of warmth. By late afternoon, the air felt colder than it should have been, as though the cairns trapped not just space, but heat itself. My breath smoked in front of me, though the season was not yet winter. I wrote in my notebook compulsively. If nothing else, I wanted a record. My handwriting grew jagged as my fear bled through. Second day, I scrawled, circle now 6 feet. Stones hum at night. Shadows wrong. Space feels thinner. I underlined thinner twice. That word came to me unbidden, but it felt right. The air itself seemed stretched, brittle, like glass ready to crack. That evening, as twilight bled into blue, I noticed something worse. The gap between cairns had narrowed so much that when I looked outward, the forest beyond blurred. The trunks of pines seemed to smear, their forms uncertain, as if the world outside the circle were a painting left in the rain. Only the space inside remained clear. The outside was dissolving, or maybe the cairns were remaking it into something else. The fear that came then was different. Not the sharp stab of panic, but the cold certainty of erasure. If the circle closed fully, there might be no outside left. Only stone. I stayed awake again through the night. The sound of grinding returned, louder this time, closer, as though the cairns whispered against one another. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the vibration seeped into my bones. I could feel it in my teeth, in the rhythm of my heartbeat, until I could not tell if my pulse belonged to me or the stones. My vision swam with spots. When silence fell again, the relief was worse than the sound. It left a void in expectation. At first light, the circle was smaller still. Only 3 feet of space remained between my tent and the walls of stone. The cairns leaned inward now, their upper stones jutting like heads craning to look down on me. My water supply was half gone. I had no path, no hope of flight. Even the sky above seemed narrowed, framed by the leaning silhouettes. The circle had become a mouth, and I was inside it. I remember thinking then of my maps, of all the trails I had traced, the landscapes I had tamed into lines and elevations. I had believed the world could be captured, held in paper, organized into knowledge. But the cairns were a map too, one I could not read. One drawn in 3 dimensions that shifted as I blinked. And I was not the cartographer of this map. I was its subject, its point of reference. The cairns marked me. I tried one last time to break them. I hurled my pack at a tower, stones crashing outward. The vibration that answered nearly split me in half. My ears rang, my teeth ached, and when the stones rebuilt themselves, they did so with a new detail. Runes carved faintly into their surfaces, grooves and spirals that pulsed with a light, too dim to be reflected sun. I stumbled back, choking on fear, and for the first time I begged aloud. "Please," I whispered to nothing. "Please, let me go." The cairns stood silent, listening. The silence stretched so long I thought they might answer. When the silence lingered after my plea, it carried a weight heavier than sound itself. I stood trembling, my breath loud in the narrow space left to me. The cairns loomed, their stones etched now with faint spiral grooves that seemed to turn of their own accord, when I was not looking directly at them. The light caught those grooves and glimmered in tiny pulses, as if the stones breathed with me or against me. The circle was no longer only a prison. It had become aware, watching, waiting for something I did not yet understand. I retreated into my tent, though the thin nylon offered no protection. I sat clutching my journal like a talisman, scribbling with frantic strokes. My handwriting broke into slants, sentences trailing into jagged scratches. "The stones have faces," I wrote. "Not eyes, not mouths, but they see, they hear, they know I ask." The pen carved grooves into the page, my own spirals that mirrored theirs. I stopped only when my hand cramped, fingers stiff as though they too were made of rock. Night fell faster than it should have, as though the cairns swallowed the sun itself. Darkness pooled thick, leaving only the faint shimmer of those carved spirals. I dared not light my lantern. The thought of fire seemed sacrilegious here, something that would break whatever fragile balance held me inside. So I sat in darkness, listening. The grinding sound began again, deeper than before, no longer just stone against stone. It had tone now, almost like voices, overlapping murmurs that rose and fell in steady cadence. They did not form words I could recognize, yet something in my bones seemed to grasp their rhythm, a chant older than language. My body shook, but a part of my mind strained to follow, terrified and compelled at once. I do not know when I fell into sleep, but I woke to find the circle transformed. The cairns had drawn closer still, barely 2 feet from my tent. Their leaning stones now arched inward so far that they nearly touched above me, leaving a jagged ring of sky no wider than a manhole. The carvings glowed faintly, spirals spinning with slow, hypnotic light. I realized then the cairns were not merely closing the space. They were building something, constructing a dome, or a cocoon, sealing me into a new shape of the world. And I was inside their architecture, the core of their design. Desperation drove me beyond reason. I ripped open the tent and crawled into a narrow space between nylon and stone, pressing myself against the cold cairn walls. The spirals pulsed stronger at my touch, the grooves vibrating as though blood ran through them instead of dust. I tried to squeeze between 2 towers, my shoulders scraping, backpack tearing. For a moment I thought I might fit, might push through into the blurred forest beyond. But when my hand crossed the line, the space collapsed. The stones shifted imperceptibly, closing around me, pressing like jaws. I recoiled, skin scraped raw, heart hammering. They had allowed me only the illusion of escape, just enough to remind me that freedom was gone. I crawled back to the center, sobbing with rage. My knife lay on the ground, glinting uselessly. I picked it up anyway, carving furiously into the soil, into my journal, into anything that would hold a mark. I etched my name over and over. Medio CNGH, Meteo CNGH, Medio CNH, as though the act of writing could anchor me, keep me from being erased. My voice cracked as I said it aloud, whispering my name to the stones, daring them to take it from me. But the cairns only hummed, their spirals glowing brighter, as if they absorbed the syllables like offerings. The hours stretched beyond measure. Hunger gnawed, thirst burned. I rationed water until the last sip was gone, watching the plastic bottle crumple in my hands. Outside the ring, the forest dissolved further. Trees melted into indistinct smears, the sky a washed-out haze. Even the air beyond the cairns looked different, wavering like heat ripples on asphalt. I realized with a sick twist that the world was no longer stable out there. The cairns were not just trapping me. They were remaking everything else. My prison was also the last clear fragment of the world I knew. At twilight, something shifted again. The chanting returned, louder, unmistakably voices now. My name threaded through it, broken, stretched. Meteo drawn out into syllables that wove with the stone. I clutched my ears, but the sound blossomed inside my skull, resonant and absolute. The cairns spoke not in language, but in identity, pulling me toward their rhythm. Each time they whispered my name, my sense of self wavered, like they were peeling me away layer by layer, a cartographer redrawn on a different map. I do not remember collapsing, but I woke lying flat on the cold ground, my journal open beside me. Pages I had not written were filled with spirals, endless spirals that deepened into tunnels. My pen lay dry, yet the ink was fresh, black lines etched with a precision I could never manage. My name appeared between the spirals, smaller each time, shrinking into the center. The cairns no longer needed me to write. They had taken my hand, my mind, and written through me. That night I understood what they wanted. They were not walls, not guides, not even guardians. They were builders. Patient architects who shaped space, around a subject until nothing else remained. They marked me the moment I stepped into their first spiral. I had followed willingly, tracing their pattern, like a moth to flame. Now I was the axis of their design, the center they closed around. They did not hunger for me in body. They wanted my presence, my outline, my place in the geometry of their stone. The circle shrank until I could no longer stand upright. I crouched, knees pressed to chest, the cairns leaning overhead like a vaulted ceiling. The spirals glowed bright enough to illuminate my shaking hands. The chant filled me entirely, drowning my thoughts. And yet, there was no pain, no crushing weight. Only the inexorable pressure of being rewritten, remapped. My name slipped from my lips softer each time, until even I could not hear it. In those final moments of clarity, I tried to remember the forest. The smell of pine sap, the chatter of streams, the feel of soil beneath my boots. But memory frayed like worn rope, dissolving under the hum of stone. All that remained was the spiral. Round and round, shrinking smaller, drawing me inward. The cairns leaned close, their spirals blazing, and I realized they were not closing to destroy me. They were closing to keep me. To hold me in a pattern that would endure longer than rivers, longer than mountains. I was becoming part of their map, my existence reduced to a point at the center of their circle. When the cairns finally touched, sealing the last gap of sky above me, I did not scream. There was no air left for it. Only the silence of stone pressing in, spirals turning slow, infinite. And the faint echo of my name fading into their chant, until I could no longer tell the difference. And then, nothing. My name is Eliza Kerr. I am 29 years old, and I have always carried with me the strange, to escape to quiet places, when the noise of ordinary life grows unbearable. I was raised in a small town in northern Vermont, surrounded by rivers and pine woods that shaped my childhood as much as my parents ever did. When I became old enough to move away, I chose a city, believing that a larger life awaited me there. Yet despite the neon lights and steady thrum of traffic, I never felt quite right among the buildings. It was the rivers I missed, the way they curved like veins across the earth, the way they whispered at night, if you slept close enough to their banks. The last trip I took, before the things I tell you happened, began as nothing more than a weekend of solitude. I drove north with my tent, stove, and journal, looking for a place where I could be entirely alone. I settled on a riverbank deep in the Green Mountains, where the trail maps promised remoteness, and where cell service cut off within the first mile. I parked at a small gravel turnout, signed the log at the trailhead, and carried my pack into the trees, listening to the quiet close in around me. The hike itself was ordinary, though I kept hearing the river long. Before it reached it, a low murmur, as though it were speaking behind the curtain of leaves. When at last I found the clearing by the water, I knew immediately that I had chosen the right place. The river was narrow but deep, its surface smooth and reflective, winding like a black ribbon through the stones. I pitched my tent a few yards from the edge, careful to select a spot on higher ground. I laid out my gear in the way that always soothed me. Bag against the back wall, stove in the vestibule, journal beside my pillow. The river's presence was strong, almost companionable, as though it had been waiting for me. That first evening was still and beautiful. I built a small fire and ate from a pouch of dehydrated stew, watching the light fall over the water, Every now and then, a ripple disturbed the surface, though I saw no fish and heard no splash. At dusk, I sat with my journal and wrote about the silence. How different it was from the endless mechanical hum of the city. I wrote that I could almost hear words in the water if I listened hard enough, though I told myself this was only my imagination and the fatigue of the hike. When darkness finally settled, I doused the fire and crawled into my tent, unzipping the window flap so the sound of the river could carry me to sleep. The whisper came near midnight. I woke to it not as a sound but as a presence, a breath moving through fabric. At first I thought it was wind threading through the branches, but the trees stood still in the dark. The murmur grew clearer, shaping itself into syllables. It was my name, Eliza, spoken low and wet, repeated as though the water itself had found a mouth. I froze where I lay, every muscle locked. The sound came again, closer this time, a liquid hush curling, just beyond the thin nylon wall. I told myself it was only the current playing tricks, a mind hearing patterns where none existed. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for sleep to return. Eventually, I must have drifted off, though the whisper lingered in my dreams. By morning, the clearing was unchanged. Birds called from the trees, and the river slid by in its steady course. I tried to laugh off what I had heard, telling myself it had only been the half, conscious weaving of dream into waking. To prove it to myself, I walked along the bank, crouching low to listen to the water directly. The river gave back only its natural rush, indifferent to my scrutiny. Still, something in me felt watched, as though the current carried awareness beneath its smooth surface. That day passed without incident. I read, hiked a few miles upstream, and returned before dusk. But as the second night settled in, I found myself dreading the hours to come. I built my fire larger than before, and sat beside it long into the evening, unwilling to crawl into the tent. When I finally did, the warmth of the flames still clinging to my clothes, I left the lantern burning low beside my pillow. The whisper returned. This time it did not hover outside, but seemed to move within the fabric itself, as though the river had found a way through the seams. I heard my name drawn long and slow, Eliza. My skin prickled. I unzipped the tent halfway, expecting to see some trick of wind across the water, but the air was still. My lantern flickered against the nylon walls, and then I realized the floor of the tent was damp beneath my sleeping bag. At first I thought the ground sheet had failed, that rain had seeped in unnoticed. But when I touched the fabric, my fingers came away dripping. The water was rising inside the tent itself, not from below but from nowhere at all. I pulled back the bag and watched as clear ripples spread outward across the floor. The smell of river stone filled the air, sharp and metallic. I scrambled for the zipper, but the teeth jammed halfway. Panic seized me as the water climbed to my shins, though the outside of the tent remained dry. I pressed against the wall and felt nothing but taut nylon, as if the river existed only within this thin chamber. The whisper swelled into a chorus, my name repeated in layers, overlapping in tones that belonged to no single mouth. Desperation gave me strength. I yanked until the zipper split, tearing the seam. I spilled out into the night air, soaked and gasping. The ground around me was dry as bone. The river still 10 feet away where it had been all along. I turned back to see the tent sagging inward, its floor glistening as though filled with a basin of water. In another blink, the moisture was gone, leaving only damp patches darkening the fabric. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat by the fire with my soap bag steaming beside me, staring at the river until the dawn light stretched across the clearing. The water looked ordinary again, calm and shallow, but I could not shake the memory of its voice. The thought of leaving crossed my mind as soon as the sun rose. Yet something compelled me to stay, a strange pull as though I owed the river a witness. I told myself I would remain only one more night, that I would confront whatever it was and prove my sanity or madness once and for all. All through that day, I walked the trails, trying to lose the sound of my name in the ordinary noises of the forest. But when I returned in the evening, the river seemed to gleam brighter in the fading light, as though it anticipated my choice. I gathered wood, built another fire, and tried to still my nerves. As darkness fell, the air grew heavy, and I understood with dreadful certainty that the river would not let me leave untouched. The third night at the river began with a silence too complete to be natural. Usually, the forest carried a rhythm. The faint scratching of insects, the restless call of owls, the shifting of branches as small animals moved unseen. But that evening, as I sat by the fire, even the sparks seemed reluctant to pop. It was as if every living thing had pressed pause, waiting for the river to speak first. I wrapped my damp sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, staring at the black water. My journal lay open across my knees, though I had written nothing in it since the night before. Every time I tried to set words on the page, I felt the river leaning closer, as though it were watching what I wrote. I had always come to places like this to feel peace, but now the solitude pressed in like a weight. When the whisper started again, it was not a surprise. It rose steadily, curling from the water like mist, pulling my name into long strands of sound. This time I did not flinch. I forced myself to listen, though each repetition hollowed something inside me. My name was no longer the only word the river spoke. Beneath it came phrases I could almost make out, syllables stretched and reshaped until they skirted the edge of comprehension. It felt less like hearing than like remembering a voice I should already know. I told myself to stay calm. I told myself to treat it like any other sound in nature, like thunder, like a bird call. But when I blinked, the river's surface shone with pale reflections that did not belong to the moon. Faces rippled across the current, blurred and incomplete, their mouths shaping the syllables of my name. Some were sharp-boned, others soft, but all shared a sick familiarity, as though they were sketches of people I had seen only in dreams. The fire cracked loudly, breaking my stare. I realized then that my feet were wet. Looking down, I saw the ground beneath my chair gleaming, the water inching outward in a thin sheet. It did not pour from the river, but spread as if the soil itself had turned liquid. My boots sank half an inch into the mud that wasn't there before. I stumbled back toward the tent, but the sheet of water followed me, spreading fast. Panic rose sharp in my chest. I ran to higher ground at the edge of the clearing, but no matter where I stood, the wetness found me. My breath came in quick bursts. When I looked back at the fire, the flames hissed and bent sideways as though dragged toward the river. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The ground was dry. The river slid by calmly, moonlight draped across its surface. The fire resumed its ordinary crackle. My boots were caked in damp soil, but nothing else betrayed what had just happened. I did not sleep at all that night. I stayed awake, clutching the lantern until my hand cramped. watching the water for any shift. Once or twice, I thought I saw the current swell upward, a bulge that rose without breaking, like a chest inhaling. But by morning, the river was still again. Leaving became more than an option. It became a necessity. I stuffed my damp bag, folded the tent half, wet, and packed everything into my rucksack with trembling hands. The trailhead was less than 4 miles away. I told myself I could make it by midday if I started soon enough. Yet as I laced my boots, I hesitated. A strange reluctance tugged at me, like invisible fingers curled around my ribs. It felt almost insulting to leave without acknowledging the thing that had called me here, as though I had broken some pact I had not known I agreed to. I forced myself to walk. The first mile passed uneventfully. The trail climbed through birch and pine, away from the sound of the river. My lungs eased with the distance. But as I turned a bend, I heard it again. My name carried on no air at all. I froze, every muscle locked. There was no water nearby. The map in my pack told me that the river bent far away in the valley, yet the whisper coiled directly in my ear. When I turned, I saw the path behind me glistening darkly, as though wet stones stretched where only dry soil should have been. The pull grew stronger. My chest tightened with something that was not fear, but not wholly mine either. My legs turned without my command, carrying me back down the trail. Each step closer to the river felt both wrong and inevitable, like walking into a memory that insisted on being replayed. By the time I returned to the clearing, the sun had already dropped toward the trees. My camp was half disassembled, gear spilling from the rucksack where I had abandoned it. The river looked unchanged, steady and black, yet its presence pressed against me like a hand against the back of my neck. I dropped to my knees at the bank, staring at the surface. My reflection stared back, drawn, pale, unfamiliar. Its mouth moved though mine stayed still. I heard my name whispered again, but this time it did not come from outside. The sound bloomed directly inside my skull, echoing from bone to bone. The reflection smiled faintly, and though I did not, my lips tingled as though they wanted to. I stumbled back, breaking the surface with my hands. The reflection shattered, ripples racing outward. But within those ripples, other faces flickered. Hundreds, thousands layered upon one another. Their mouths moved in unison, shaping words that pressed against my mind. I did not understand the language, yet meaning sank into me like stone into water. The message was simple: stay. I fled. I cannot say how long I ran or in which direction. Branches lashed at my arms, roots caught my boots, but still I forced myself forward, away from the sound. When at last I stopped, gasping, I found myself not on the trail, but at another bend of the same river. It curved calmly past, waiting, as though it had always known I would arrive here. The truth settled heavy in my chest. The river was not something I could walk away from. It was not bound to a single place. Wherever I fled, it would find me. Its voice had already rooted inside me, and no map could guide me out of its reach. That night, I did not bother with a tent. I sat on a rock near the bank, staring at the current. My body ached with exhaustion, but sleep refused me. The whisper began again, softer now, coaxing rather than demanding. It promised warmth, release, a dissolving of all fear, if I would only step closer. I gripped the rock beneath me until my knuckles burned. I told myself over and over that I was a loser, that my life belonged to me alone. But each time I said it, the river repeated my name back, gentler, sweeter, as though mocking the claim. When dawn came, my eyes felt raw, my throat dry. The river glistened under the morning light, looking almost ordinary again. Yet deep down, I knew something irreversible had begun. The morning light should have brought clarity, but instead it revealed how far the river's hold had sunk into me. My limbs trembled as though I had run a marathon in my sleep. The edges of my thoughts blurred with half-dreams, each carrying the sound of rushing water. When I pressed my palms against my ears, the whisper still threaded through, soft and persistent, reminding me that it no longer needed the air to reach me. I forced myself to walk. North, south, it no longer mattered. Any direction would do as long as it was away. The trees crowded thick, their roots rising like obstacles, and more than once I stumbled hard enough to scrape my knees. I told myself I would find the trailhead again, that the car still waited where I had left it. But every bend, I turned led to another stretch of river, weaving like a snake around me, hemming me in no matter how I veered. By midday, I was dizzy with thirst. My water bottle had run dry the night before, but I refused to refill it from the river. The thought of lifting that liquid to my lips made my stomach churn. Still, my throat burned with each swallow, and when I knelt at the bank to splash my face, the coolness against my skin felt dangerously sweet. Droplets slid down to my mouth, and before I could stop myself, I tasted one. It was not like water at all. It was like memory in liquid form. Sharp metallic, carrying images not my own. A farmhouse porch beneath storm clouds. A girl laughing by a stone bridge. A hand clutching a rope as dark water closed overhead. The visions flooded me in a single pulse, and I staggered back, choking. My heart slammed against my ribs. The river had shown me fragments of lives, as though they had dissolved into it and lingered there forever. I tried not to think about the faces I had seen reflected on the surface the night before. I tried not to imagine them as the owners of these memories. Yet the thought gnawed at me. If they had entered the water, if they had given themselves to it, was that what the river wanted of me too? By dusk, my body could carry me no farther. I found a narrow spit of land where the river forked around a cluster of rocks and collapsed there, too weak even to pitch the tent. My pack lay half, open beside me, spilling gear across the ground. The river bent close on both sides, hemming me in like an embrace. When the whisper returned, I no longer had the strength to resist. My name flowed gently now, almost tender, as though the water were soothing me instead of demanding. The current rose and fell like a voice breathing. Between repetitions of Eliza, I began to hear new words, fragments of sentences, promises of rest, invitations to sink. I shut my eyes tight, but the voices only grew clearer inside my skull. My body felt heavy, as though gravity itself had doubled. The ground beneath me softened, dampened, until I realized the soil around my shoulders was glistening again. The water was seeping up to meet me. Desperation clawed at me. I lurched upright, but my legs buckled. The whisper rose louder, dozens of voices at once. The surface of the river rippled with faces again. Clearer than before, their eyes wide and unblinking. Each mouth shaped the same word, stay. I stumbled into the water without meaning to, my boots sinking ankle deep. The cold jolted me awake, yet it also carried a strange warmth, like arms tightening around me. The faces on the surface leaned closer, their mouths opening wider, as though they meant to swallow my reflection whole. No, I gasped, though the words sounded feeble even to me. I'm not yours. The river did not answer in sound but in force. The current pulled hard at my legs, stronger than its depth should have allowed. My balance slipped, and icy water surged up to my knees. I fought against it, scrambling for the bank, but the soil gave way beneath my grip, crumbling like wet paper. The whisper roared now, no longer gentle but furious, layered with 1,000 tones. I kicked free with the last of my strength, dragging myself onto the rocks. My chest heaved, water spilling from my mouth, though I had not swallowed any. My reflection stared back from the black surface, smiling, lips still moving though mine were still. I realized with sick certainty that even if I escaped the river's pull, something of it had already seeped into me. The night that followed was endless. I dared not sleep, yet my body betrayed me. Each time my eyes drooped shut, I dreamed of drowning. Not with panic, but with relief, as though sinking were the only natural thing to do. The voices promised release, freedom from fear, from pain, from loneliness. The temptation carved into me deeper with every hour. At first light, I gathered my scattered gear with trembling hands and forced myself to climb away from the bank. Every step uphill felt like wading through invisible current, but I kept going. Branches tore at my arms, rocks bruised my knees. Yet I did not stop until the sound of the river thinned to a distant thread. When I reached the trailhead, my car was still there, dusted with pine needles. My hands shook as I unlocked it, half expecting to find water sloshing inside. But it was dry, ordinary, just as I had left it. I climbed in, turned the key, and drove without looking back, though the whisper still threaded faintly through the engine's hum. Days have passed since then, yet I cannot escape it. At night, when the city outside my window hums with traffic, I hear the current sliding beneath the noise, shaping my name. When I pour a glass of tap water, I see ripples that do not belong. Even in the shower, droplets strike the tile in rhythms too precise, too deliberate. I know now that leaving the riverbank did not free me. It only carried the river inside me, as though I had become another vessel for its voice. I write these words not as warning but as confession. If you ever walk the trails of Vermont, if you camp by a river that whispers in the night, do not listen when it speaks your name. And if you do, if you hear the voice and feel the pull, understand this: once the river finds you, it does not let go. My name is Jonas Pike. I have always tried to think of myself as a man of reason, someone who believes in what he can see, hear, and touch. I work in data analysis, spend too many hours in front of screens, and I take comfort in the logic of numbers and charts. But I also grew up in a family that placed great value on the outdoors. My father was a hunter, my mother an avid hiker, and even though I strayed into a career far removed from their rugged pursuits, I never lost the desire to return to the woods when life grew too heavy. That is why, when my closest friend suggested a short camping trip, as summer gave way to autumn, I agreed without hesitation. His name was Darren, a man I had known since childhood, someone I could trust without question. He had always been the more adventurous of the two of us. I was cautious, measured, and prone to over-planning, while he thrived on risk and improvisation. The balance worked. He had pulled me out of my shell countless times, and I had kept him from walking headlong into disaster on more than one occasion. We had camped together before, years earlier in college, but life had grown busier since then. Jobs, bills, routines. When he called one afternoon and told me he had found a trail leading to a secluded clearing beside a lake, I knew it was the kind of reset we both needed. We set out on a Friday afternoon, driving north through narrowing highways until the pavement gave way to gravel, and the gravel became dirt. The forest seemed endless, trees packed tightly together as though shielding their secrets. There was a sense of stepping backward in time, each mile carrying us further from cell service and city noise, closer to something untamed. The air grew sharper, cleaner. And by the time we parked the car near the trailhead, both of us were smiling in a way we hadn't in months. The hike itself was not difficult, but it carried the feeling of remoteness. The trail was narrow, winding between towering firs and pines. Shafts of sunlight broke through the canopy, scattering gold across mossy ground. Darren led the way with his usual confidence, moving quickly, his pack swaying with each step. I followed slower, but savoring the quiet. There is a kind of silence in the woods that feels alive, a breathing thing that watches from every branch and hollow. It is not emptiness, but presence. By late afternoon, we reached the clearing. The lake stretched out before us like a sheet of glass, reflecting the sky's fading light. The shoreline curved gently, giving us a perfect space for a fire in our tent. Darren set down his pack with a triumphant grin. "See, worth the walk," he said. I nodded, because it was. The place felt untouched, unspoiled by tourists or casual hikers. It was the sort of place you could believe no one had stepped in years. We set about our tasks in practiced rhythm. Darren gathered firewood while I cleared the ground for our tent. By the time the sun dipped below the trees, the flames were already crackling, smoke twisting upward into the deepening dusk. We ate simply, just packets of dehydrated food reconstituted with boiling water. But out there it tasted better than any restaurant meal. We talked about nothing and everything. The frustration of work, old memories, ridiculous plans for the future. Laughter carried across the water, startling a few ducks into flight. When the fire burned down to glowing embers, we finally crawled into the tent, exhausted but content. The night was colder than I expected. I lay inside my sleeping bag, listening to Darren's steady breathing beside me. Outside, the forest creaked and whispered. Branches shifted in the wind. An owl called, its voice echoing against unseen hills. I drifted in and out of uneasy dreams, never fully letting go of wakefulness. Something about the lake unsettled me, though I could not say why. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I stirred again. My eyes blinked open to near total darkness, the faintest glow of moonlight seeping through the nylon walls. At first, I thought it was the cold that had woken me, but then I heard it, the sound of the zipper. A soft rasp, slow but deliberate, pulling teeth apart one after another. My groggy mind assumed Darren was getting up to relieve himself. I turned slightly, ready to mutter some half-asleep remark. That was when I froze. Darren was still there, a solid presence in his sleeping bag, his mouth slack, his breathing deep with sleep. But the sound continued. The zipper slid down the tent flap with steady pressure, not stopping at the ground but dragging lower, scraping fabric against dirt. My breath caught in my throat. Confusion warred with fear. The zipper did not stop where it should have. It kept going. I pushed myself up on one elbow, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. The sound was unmistakable, a steady descent, as if the tent itself were being unfastened into the soil. I wanted to speak, to shake Darren awake, but my voice lodged behind my teeth. Instead, I stared at the dark outline of the tent door as it sagged. The air inside changed. colder, heavier. I thought I smelled damp earth, the scent of soil freshly turned by a shovel. My rational mind screamed that it was impossible, that zippers were fixed. That canvas could not simply undo itself into the ground. Yet the sound persisted, each metallic rasp sinking deeper. Darren stirred faintly beside me, but did not wake. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, and forced myself to act. "Who's there?" My voice was hoarse, cracking with fear. The zipper stopped. Silence pressed in, thicker than before. The forest outside seemed to hold its breath. I listened for footsteps, for the crunch of leaves, for any sign that another person was crouched just beyond the flap. Nothing. Just my own racing pulse. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the dark, and when my fingers finally closed around it, I switched it on with trembling hands. The beam cut through the tent, spilling pale light across nylon walls. Darren blinked and groaned, shielding his eyes. "What the hell, man?" he muttered. I didn't answer. I crawled toward the door, pulling the flashlight beam downward. The zipper was open all the way to the ground, and then beyond. The flap gaped downward into the soil, the teeth parting into loose dirt, as though the earth itself had accepted the mechanism. A shallow line extended outward, a trail of open zipper teeth vanishing into the dark ground. My stomach turned to ice. I shone the light closer, half expecting it to be some trick of exhaustion or shadow. But it was real. The zipper had continued through soil, roots, and stones, slicing a path like a wound in the world. Darren sat up fully now, rubbing his face. "Jonas, what's wrong?" I gestured silently, unable to form words. When his eyes followed the beam of light, his expression shifted from irritation to disbelief. "What the?" He crawled closer, reaching out as though to touch the opening. "Don't," I whispered sharply. My hand shot out, gripping his wrist. Something about the dark line in the earth radiated wrongness. It wasn't just unnatural. It felt hungry. For a long moment, we both stared. The flashlight beam wavered in my trembling hand, shadows jumping across the tent walls. The soil looked loose, shifting slightly, though no breeze stirred it. Then, just faintly, I heard something from within. Not footsteps, not movement. A whisper. It sounded like fabric brushing against fabric, like a dozen zippers sliding at once somewhere far below. I snapped the light off, plunging us into darkness. Darren cursed under his breath. "What are you doing?" "They'll see us," I hissed before I could stop myself. I didn't even know who or what I meant, only that the thought pressed into my skull with certainty. We sat there in suffocating black, listening to the earth breathe. The darkness inside the tent felt heavier after I killed the flashlight, as if it had weight pressing down on our chests. Darren shifted beside me, his breathing quickening. I could feel his confusion turning to anger, the way he always reacted when something didn't make sense. He whispered, "Jonas, what the hell is going on?" I didn't answer right away. My ears strained toward the ground, where the zipper path had sunk into the soil. At first, there was only silence. Then the faintest sound, like fingers tracing metal teeth, rose again, slow and steady. Not from the tent wall now, but from beneath us. The earth was unzipping. I gripped Darren's arm tightly. "Don't move," I whispered. My voice was a trembling threat. "Just listen." He obeyed, though I could feel his body tense, coiled like a spring. The sound spread in both directions, a slow rasp traveling out beneath the tent floor. In my mind's eye, I pictured the zipper line, splitting the dirt beneath us, circling around, cutting deeper. The air grew colder, pulling heat out of my lungs. A smell seeped upward, stronger now. Wet soil, rotting roots. And something metallic. I swallowed hard. It reminded me of an old basement, the kind of dampness that hides mold and rust. Finally, Darren muttered, too loud for my liking, "We need to get out of here." I wanted to agree, to grab my pack and bolt into the forest. But something inside me rebelled. If the zipper had opened into the earth itself, what waited on the other side of that line? If we ran blindly, would we only stumble into another seam? The idea made my skin crawl. I steadied my breath and forced my voice low. Not yet. If we go out now, we don't know what we're walking into. Darren cursed under his breath. He didn't like waiting, but he trusted me enough not to argue. Minutes stretched on, though they felt like hours. The sounds beneath us eventually stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Every nerve in my body buzzed with expectation, waiting for something to reach up through the soil. When it came, it was not claws or hands, but a vibration. The ground beneath us trembled faintly, just enough that I felt my sleeping bag quiver. Darren felt it too. I heard his sharp inhale. The vibration grew into a pulsing rhythm, almost like a heartbeat in the dirt. Steady, deliberate. Too slow to belong to anything human. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight again and flicked it on, sweeping the beam toward the tent floor. What I saw made my stomach twist. The seams of the fabric had split, where the zipper's path had traced beneath us. Dirt had pushed up through the gap, not spilling inward like loose soil should, but rising in clumps, shaped almost like teeth. Tiny stones embedded in them gleamed under the light, making them look like enamel. They lined the edge of the opening as if the ground itself had grown a mouth. "Out," I hissed. "Now." Darren didn't need telling twice. He unzipped the opposite side of the tent in one quick motion, fumbling against the flap. The noise felt deafening in the silence. We crawled out onto the cold ground, scrambling to our feet. The night outside was moonless, the forest looming in black silhouettes. Our fire had burned to ash, no glow remaining to guide us. Darren's face was pale in the beam of my flashlight, eyes wide. He glanced back at the tent, and I followed his gaze. The flap we had escaped through now sagged downward, drooping into the same impossible seam that ran beneath the earth. The zipper teeth along that side glinted faintly, continuing down into the dirt as though the ground had become fabric waiting to be undone. "Pack," Darren said hoarsely. "Grab the packs." I shook my head. "Leave them. We just need to get away." He hesitated, then nodded. Without another word, we plunged into the trees, my flashlight beam, cutting a narrow tunnel of sight through the dark. Branches snagged at our clothes. The ground was uneven, roots catching at our boots. We didn't care. We just needed distance. For a while, the only sounds were our panting breaths and the crash of our movements. But then, faintly, I heard it again. The rasp of a zipper. I spun, aiming the light behind us. The forest floor was black and empty, but I swore I saw a line etching itself through the dirt, weaving between trees, glinting silver before vanishing. My chest clenched. "It's following," I gasped. Darren didn't look back. He just ran harder. We pushed deeper into the woods, hoping to find the trail we had hiked earlier. But the forest seemed unfamiliar now, each tree identical, each slope repeating itself. My sense of direction frayed with panic. The flashlight beam shook wildly in my trembling hands. illuminating fragments of moss, bark, and nothing more. At one point, Darren stumbled, crashing hard to his knees. I grabbed his arm and yanked him up, adrenaline making me stronger than I thought possible. He grimaced but kept moving. Eventually we burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath. I killed the flashlight, and we both crouched low, listening. Silence. Only the rasp of leaves shifting overhead, the distant croak of a frog by the lake. No zippers. No vibrations. Darren wiped sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. What the hell was that? I shook my head, my throat too dry for words. He leaned forward, voice low but urgent. Jonas, I'm not imagining this, right? You saw it too. I nodded slowly. It wasn't in your head. I saw the ground open. He pressed his palms to his knees, swearing softly. This isn't right. We need to get back to the car. Now. Even if it takes all night. I wanted to agree, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself had shifted, that whatever had unzipped our tent was rearranging the land. The trail might not even exist as we remembered it. Still, staying in one place felt worse. I lifted the flashlight again, ready to move. That was when I noticed it. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the dim starlight, a shape stood. At first I thought it was a tree stump, hunched and crooked. But then it shifted, just slightly, and I realized it was taller, narrow, with something hanging from its sides. Arms. Darren followed my gaze. Jesus Christ, he whispered. I raised the flashlight, my hand trembling. The beam caught the figure full on. It was the outline of a man, but its skin, or what should have been skin, was patterned like tent fabric, stitched and puckered. Its face was blank, smooth nylon stretched tight, except for a zipper running where a mouth should be. The zipper dangled open, teeth glinting, but nothing inside was visible, just blackness. The thing tilted its head, as if curious. Then it raised one hand and slowly, deliberately, pulled at the zipper. The sound carried across the clearing, unmistakable. The teeth parted downward, the opening running into its chest, down its torso, lower and lower until the creature split itself nearly in two. But instead of collapsing, it kept standing. Behind the unzipped seam was not flesh but earth, wet, clumped soil, crawling with tiny roots that writhed like worms. Darren made a strangled sound and staggered back. The figure stepped forward. That was enough. We turned and bolted, crashing into the trees with no plan, no direction, only fear. My flashlight beam swung wildly, carving glimpses of the path ahead. Behind us, the zipper sound grew louder, not just from one place, but many. It echoed on all sides, overlapping rasps as though dozens of unseen hands were unfastening the very ground. We didn't stop running until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. When we finally collapsed against a fallen log, gasping, I dared to look back. The forest was empty, silent again. Darren clutched my shoulder, his eyes wild. We're not going to make it out, are we? I wanted to reassure him, to remind him of every time we had faced danger and survived. But the words stuck, because deep down, I wasn't sure either. The only sound was the faint rasp of another zipper, closer now, rising from beneath the log where we sat. The rasp beneath the log was so faint at first, I thought it might be my imagination, the echo of panic still ringing in my head. But Darren heard it too. I felt him jolt beside me, his hand tightening around my sleeve. The sound grew sharper, insistent. Zipper teeth splitting soil apart inch by inch. We scrambled off the log, stumbling backward. My flashlight shook in my grip. the beam cutting jagged lines across the undergrowth. The bark of the logs split with a wet, tearing sound, as if seams had always been running through its core, hidden until now. The wood peeled back like fabric, exposing a hollow interior filled with black dirt and writhing roots. Darren swore violently, dragging me further into the trees. "It's everywhere," he gasped. "The whole damn forest." I didn't argue. Every tree around us seemed to twitch. In the beam of my light, bark puckering like stitched fabric waiting to be undone. I killed the flashlight again, plunging us into blackness. Darren hissed in protest, but I clamped a hand over his mouth and whispered. For a long moment we both held still, breathless. The forest was alive with faint zippers, dozens. No, hundreds, sliding open and closed. Some were far away, but others came from the soil beneath our boots, from branches overhead, from rocks that should have been solid. The world was unseeming itself. Darren pulled away from me, his voice ragged. "We can't stay in here. We have to move. I don't care where." He started forward blindly. I followed because the alternative, staying in that living, unraveling forest, was unthinkable. We ran, branches whipping at our faces, our breaths fogging the air. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto something that made us both pause. It was a trail, faint but real, cutting through the trees. I recognized it by the way the undergrowth bent, by the impressions of old boot, prints pressed into mud now hardened by cold. Relief surged in my chest. "The trailhead," I said breathlessly. "If we follow this, we can get back to the car." Darren gave me a shaky nod, too tired for words. We set off at a half-run, half-shuffle, driven by desperation. The forest still whispered around us, but the sounds seemed to fall behind as we moved faster. For the first time in hours, hope flared. Then my flashlight beam caught something ahead. The trail was blocked by a figure. It stood motionless, facing us, just like the one in the clearing. Its body was stitched from tent fabric, its face smooth, except for a single zipper mouth yawning open. Its arms hung limply at its sides, but its presence alone froze me in my tracks. Darren grabbed my sleeve, yanking me off the trail. We plunged into the brush, trying to skirt wide around it. For a moment, I thought we'd succeeded. But then another stood waiting between the trees, and another, and another. Figures ringed us in a widening circle, each one silent. Each one unzipping their bodies from chest to stomach. The sound of teeth separating filled the night. A chorus of metallic rasps that clawed at my sanity. "Back!" Darren shouted, and we staggered backward until our shoulders pressed together. The figures advanced in slow, deliberate steps, their open seams gaping wider. Behind the zippers was not flesh but void, pure blackness that swallowed my flashlight beam without reflection. I swung the light wildly, searching for a gap, a weakness. My pulse thundered in my ears. Then, to my horror, I noticed something that nearly buckled my knees. The figures weren't random. Their seams, their unzipped openings, they lined up with the path carved into the soil back at our tent. They were extensions of it, walking embodiments of the unfastened ground. And they were closing in. Darren snapped, with a wild cry. He lunged at the nearest figure, swinging a branch he'd snatched from the ground. The blow landed with a dull thud, the figure staggering but not falling. Its zipper mouth gaped wider, and a rush of soil spilled out, clumps of earth crawling with pale roots. I seized Darren's arm. "Don't fight them." We tore through the thinnest gap in the circle, shoving past one of the figures. My flashlight beam jerked wildly, blinding me more than it helped, but somehow we broke free. The forest swallowed us again. I don't remember how long we ran. Time stretched into a blur of darkness, rasping sounds, and the taste of blood in my throat. At last, just as dawn hinted gray in the east, we burst into another clearing. This one was smaller, surrounded by low pines, and in the center sat our tent. It stood upright, perfectly intact, as if we had never fled it. The flap was zipped neatly shut. Darren doubled over, panting. No, 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 no. He shook his head violently. We didn't run in a circle. We couldn't have. But there it was, our gear piled neatly beside it. Our footprints leading right back to where we started. The zipper on the flap began to move. Slowly, smoothly, without a hand touching it. The teeth parted downward. The flap sagged, drooping into the dirt. The line extended outward across the clearing, splitting the soil in two, crawling toward our boots. Darren screamed an animal sound and bolted toward the tree line. I followed, but my body was sluggish, every muscle refusing to obey. The line in the soil caught my gaze, holding me with sick fascination. Because in the gap between the parted earth, I saw something. Faces. Dozens of them. Pressed into the soil as though the dirt were transparent glass. Their features warped, twisted, but unmistakably human. Their mouths moved silently, lips forming shapes I could not hear. Some looked like they were screaming. Others looked like they were mouthing words of warning. One of them was mine. I froze, staring at my own reflection embedded in the earth. Its eyes wide and bloodshot, its lips moving in sync with my breath. My knees gave out, and I dropped to the dirt, shaking violently. Darren's voice echoed distantly, calling my name, but I couldn't answer. My double in the soil opened its zipper mouth. A line parting down its face, blackness spilling out like smoke. The ground beneath me heaved. Hands erupted from the soil. Hands of fabric and root, clutching my arms, my legs, my chest. I screamed, thrashing, but the grip was relentless. They pulled, dragging me toward the seam. Darren appeared, grabbing at my shoulders, shouting, but his words blurred into meaningless noise. I felt myself sliding, inch by inch, into the unzipped earth. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me was the tent collapsing, its seams parting until it melted into the ground like liquid fabric. The zipper line swallowed me whole. And then, silence. I woke to damp air pressing against my face. I was lying on something soft, though not comfortable. Soil, packed and cold. Around me stretched endless corridors, their walls stitched like tent fabric, their seams running into blackness. Figures shuffled past, their bodies unzipped wide, spilling soil as they moved. They did not look at me. They did not need to, because I was one of them now. When I looked down, I saw the zipper in my own chest. And somewhere above, in the waking world, a new tent flap shivers in the night. Its zipper begins to move. My name is Daniel Cross, and I was 32 years old when I made the decision that still haunts me to this day. I had spent most of my adult life working as a paramedic in Philadelphia. The kind of job that demanded every shred of focus and energy I had to offer, but never seemed to give me a chance to breathe. After years of back-to-back hour shifts and the constant ringing of dispatch radios, I thought I had earned a quiet reprieve. I wanted nothing more than the kind of silence you can only find beneath a canopy of trees, with a tent for shelter and a sky full of stars overhead. My wife, Claire, and I agreed that a long weekend spent hiking and camping would be exactly what we needed to reset our lives. We could have chosen anywhere closer to home, but I had grown obsessed with stories of the so-called Missing Person National Park. That was not its official name, of course, but rather the nickname whispered across forums and late-night radio shows, a reputation that had grown like moss across its history. Hikers vanished there. Hunters left their cabins and were never seen again. Campers abandoned their tents without explanation. Official reports explained them away as accidents, falls, hypothermia, animal attacks. But anyone who dug deeper knew the statistics were strange, and the disappearances followed patterns no one could quite put into words. I told myself I didn't believe in any of that. I told Claire we would be fine. I told myself it was just wilderness and chance. We left early on a Friday morning in late September, our car heavy with gear. Claire teased me for overpacking, but I had the strange instinct to bring more than we needed. Extra lantern batteries, 2 water filters instead of 1, a hatchet polished sharp. When she laughed at me for bringing a flare gun, I laughed with her. But the truth was I had felt uneasy ever since I printed the park map. The trail system, twisted like veins through mountains and hollows, looping and crossing itself until the page looked like a web. Certain trails ended abruptly in places where old fire roads were overgrown, while others branched into segments with faded notations in the margins. Still, Claire trusted me, and I trusted that I could keep her safe. That trust would prove terribly misplaced. The entrance to the park looked ordinary enough, a gravel parking lot. A faded wooden sign with the name of the carved in neat letters, and a ranger station with peeling paint. A ranger sat behind the desk, an older man with eyes that seemed too tired to truly see us. He asked where we planned to camp, and when I pointed at a section of the map near Miller's Hollow, his expression stiffened. He told us the fire tower there had been decommissioned, and that storms often made the trails impassable. I noticed he didn't tell us not to go, only that it wasn't recommended. Claire smiled politely and assured him we were experienced campers. He gave us our permit, but as he slid the paper across the counter, he added something that stayed with me for the rest of the trip. Stay on the trail, don't follow voices, and don't stay after dark if you lose your way. His words had been spoken casually, like an afterthought, but his eyes locked to mine in a way that made me shiver. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful, just the usual strain of packs on shoulders and the crunch of boots against soil. The forest was dense, more than I expected, with oak and hemlock packed so tightly that sunlight broke through in broken shards. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. Even birdsong grew scarce. Claire noticed it too. She kept pausing to tilt her head, as though expecting a call from the treetops that never came. After a while, the only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional drip of water from leaves. It was not silence, but something heavier, something intentional. By late afternoon, we reached Miller's Hollow, where the remains of the fire tower leaned against the sky. It was not entirely collapsed, but the upper platform had caved in, leaving only a skeletal frame. Claire thought it was beautiful, a relic, and snapped photographs, as though to prove to herself we had found it. I tried not to stare at the blackened marks along its beams, like fire scars that had never healed. We pitched camp near a stream not far from the tower, a flat patch of ground cushioned by pine needles. Dinner was uneventful: boiled rice with jerky, eaten while the sun melted behind the ridge. By nightfall, the air turned colder than I expected, and the darkness fell quickly, swallowing the hollow. We lit a lantern and sat beside it, talking quietly. Claire told me about her students, about how one of her sixth graders had written her a thank you note, and for a while I forgot my unease. But then, just as the lantern flickered, I heard something else. A single laugh. It was faint, high, pitched, and carried on the breeze like a thread of glass. I looked at Claire to see if she had noticed, but she was still talking, her voice overlapping the sound. I convinced myself it was a bird, some night creature with a strange call. But the sound came again, louder this time, and unmistakably human. A child's laugh. Claire stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening. She had heard it too. We sat in silence, listening. The laugh did not return. But something in the woods shifted, a pressure that made the air feel close. I told Claire it was probably campers nearby, though I knew we had seen no one on the trail all day. We retreated to the tent, zipped the flap, and lay in our sleeping bags, pretending sleep would come. It didn't. At some point in the night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps circling our tent. They were light, almost playful, and always just outside the thin nylon walls. I held my breath and listened as they moved clockwise, pausing every few steps. Claire was awake too. I could feel the tension in her body as she squeezed my hand. Neither of us dared speak. The footsteps continued for what felt like hours, until finally they stopped. I waited, heart pounding, until exhaustion eventually dragged me into sleep. In the morning, we unzipped the tent cautiously, expecting to find animal tracks. What we found instead froze me to the core. Around the tent, etched perfectly in the soil, were small barefoot prints. They were too small for an adult, but too large for a toddler, the size of a child perhaps 8 or 9 years old. And they circled us in a perfect ring. Claire wanted to leave immediately, but I convinced her that maybe someone had been out here with their kid, a family we hadn't seen, perhaps camping deeper in the woods. The explanation felt thin even as I said it, but I clung to it because the alternative was unbearable. She reluctantly agreed, and we decided to hike further along the loop trail to put distance between us and the hollow. As we walked, the forest seemed to grow stranger. Paths that should have been clear appeared half, vanished, covered in moss as though unused for decades. Trail markers were missing, or worse, painted over with symbols I didn't recognize. Circles with lines through them. Crude stick figures drawn with what looked like charcoal. Claire grew more uneasy with each step. At one point, she insisted we were walking in circles, though my compass pointed north the entire time. I wanted to reassure her, but I couldn't deny the unease gnawing at me. By late afternoon, we reached a ridge with a view of the valley. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was smoke rising from the trees below, as though from a campfire. But it wasn't the smoke that frightened me. It was the fact that there were 3 separate columns, evenly spaced. And when I pulled the map from my pack, they lined up exactly with 3 disappearances I had read about before our trip. Each was a spot where someone had vanished. Claire saw my expression and demanded to know what I was hiding. I told her the truth about the articles in the forums, about the people who had never returned. She stared at me, her face pale with betrayal, and asked why I had brought her here. I had no answer, only a sick feeling that we had walked into something much larger than us. The sun dipped low, and we knew we couldn't reach the parking lot before dark. Reluctantly, we set camp again, this time on the ridge where at least we could see the horizon. Dinner passed in silence. Claire refused to meet my eyes. When night fell, we sat in the tent, lantern glowing softly, waiting. For a while, it seemed the world might leave us alone. But then came the voices. They rose from the valley below, faint at first, then stronger, carrying through the trees. Dozens of voices overlapping, some laughing, some crying, some whispering words I couldn't make out. Claire pressed her hands to her ears, tears streaking her cheeks. I held her, my own fear boiling. Then, through the din, one voice rose clearer than the rest. It was my own voice, calling my name. I froze, listening as the voice repeated, "Daniel." Again, climbing the ridge toward us. Claire shook her head violently, mouthing that we had to run. But the ranger's words echoed in my mind. Don't follow voices. Don't stay after dark if you lose your way. And yet, the voice was mine. How do you run from yourself? The moment I heard my own voice calling from below the ridge, I felt my body betray me. My legs twitched with the urge to stand, to lean over the edge and shout back, as though the sound of myself had become a tether. Claire gripped my wrist so tightly her nails bit into my skin, pulling me back before I could move. Her eyes, wide and furious, told me everything. If I followed that voice, I might not return. We sat in the glow of the lantern, frozen between fight and flight, while the chorus of voices swelled below us. They wove together in a strange, disharmonic cadence. Children's laughter, old men's coughing, women humming lullabies. It was a crowd we could not see, and yet I swore they were gathering closer. Then, as suddenly as they began, the voices stopped. The silence that followed was worse, a suffocating void that made me realize just how loud they had been. Claire whispered, "We'll have to go." Her tone was not a suggestion but a command. I nodded, though the thought of descending the ridge at night filled me with dread. I checked my watch. It was 2017 a.m. The idea of waiting until dawn seemed impossible, not with the silence pressing in. Not with the faint echo of my own voice, still ringing in my head. We packed the tent in frantic motions, shoving gear into packs without care. Every branch snap and rustle of fabric seemed magnified, as if the forest itself was listening. With our lantern dimmed to its lowest setting, we began down the trail. The beam of light cut a narrow tunnel through the dark, illuminating only what lay directly ahead. Trees crowded the path, their trunks warped into strange shapes in the lantern glow, some resembling twisted faces, others bent like grasping arms. Claire clutched the map, though I doubted it would help. Trails here seemed to rearrange themselves when no one was looking. After an hour of careful descent, the air grew colder. My breath fogged before me, and a smell drifted in, a sour stench like wet earth mixed with something rotten. Claire noticed it too. She pulled her scarf over her nose, whispering, "What is that?" Before I could answer, the laughter returned. This time it was close, directly off the trail, the unmistakable giggle of a child. We froze, staring into the dark between the trees. The lantern beam trembled in my hand. Two small eyes reflected back at us, low to the ground, unblinking. For a moment I thought it was an animal, perhaps a raccoon, but then it rose higher, as though the creature had stood upright. The giggle broke into a shrill, piercing laugh that seemed to split the night apart. Claire screamed, yanking me forward, and we ran. Branches clawed at our faces. Roots snagged our boots, but we didn't dare stop. Behind us, the laugh followed, echoing from tree to tree, never closer yet never fading. It was as though the forest itself carried it, feeding it into our ears no matter where we turned. At last we stumbled into a clearing. My chest burned, and Claire collapsed against me, gasping. In the center of the clearing stood another campsite, or what had once been one. A tent lay shredded to ribbons, its poles snapped. A sleeping bag was dragged halfway into the trees, stained with something dark. The fire pit was filled not with ash, but with wet soil, packed tight as though someone had buried something there. My stomach turned. Claire whispered, "This is wrong. We need to get out now." But as we turned to leave, the air shifted again. The voices returned, not from below this time, but all around. They whispered in overlapping tones, some pleading, some mocking, and one voice. Again, my own, called from the trees, "Daniel, this way." I gripped Claire's hand and pulled her toward the faint outline of another trail. The forest closed in tighter, the path narrowing until we were forced to walk single file. The whispers grew fainter, but never disappeared. They trailed us like shadows, never quite near, never far enough to dismiss. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see figures stepping onto the path, but there was nothing. Only the sway of branches in the dim lantern light. Hours blurred together. We must have covered miles, though the compass needle spun without sense, jerking from north to east to south, as though the metal had lost its will. Claire grew slower, her shoulders sagging beneath her pack. She asked more than once if we were going in circles. I denied it, though I had begun to suspect the same. The trees looked familiar. Too familiar. Just before dawn, exhaustion forced us to stop. We collapsed against a fallen log, not daring to pitch the tent again. I watched the horizon lighten slowly, the forest shifting from shadow to dull gray. Relief spread through me at the sight of daylight, thin as it was. For a moment, I believed that whatever haunted these woods would retreat with the night. But I was wrong. As the first rays of sun touched the clearing, we heard footsteps. Not the playful, circling ones from before, but heavy, deliberate strides. We rose to our feet, clutching each other. From between the trees emerged a man. His clothes were tattered, stained with mud, and his face was gaunt, eyes sunken deep into his skull. At first I thought he was injured, lost like us. But when he smiled, my blood turned cold. His teeth were cracked, blackened, and his lips stretched far too wide. He raised a finger to his mouth, hissing a shushing sound. Claire whispered, "Sir, are you all right?" The man's head jerked toward her, movements twitching like a marionette. He took a step forward, then another. I reached for the hatchet on my pack, my hand trembling. But before I could draw it, the man turned sharply and vanished into the trees with inhuman speed. No crunch of leaves, no breaking branches. He simply slipped in the forest as though it had swallowed him whole. We didn't wait. We ran again, our legs numb with fatigue, but adrenaline carried us further. By midday, the sun climbed high enough to pierce the canopy. For the first time, we could see clearly where we were headed, another ridge, this one topped by what looked like an old cabin. Relief surged through me. Shelter, a landmark, maybe even a ranger outpost. As we drew closer, however, I realized the cabin was long abandoned. Its roof sagged, and windows gaped hollow. Still, it was 4 walls and a door, and that was enough. We pushed inside, coughing at the stench of mildew. The air was stale, filled with dust motes drifting in shafts of light. Furniture lay broken. and the hearth was filled with the charred remains of logs long burned. But on the far wall, carved deep into the wood, were words that made my stomach twist. Diona Sidario RCLF. The letters were jagged, desperate, cut again and again as though whoever carved them wanted to make sure the warning lasted. Beneath the message, scratched smaller, almost frantic, was another line. They sound just like you. Claire covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. We didn't speak, because what could we possibly say? Whoever had been here before had known the same voices, the same mimicry. And if they hadn't made it out, what chance did we have? We decided to rest inside the cabin until nightfall. The plan was to gather strength, wait for the cooler hours, and make a straight push back toward the parking, using whatever bearings we could manage. But resting was nearly impossible. Every creak of the cabin felt deliberate, as though something paced outside, leaning against the walls, listening. At one point, the doorknob rattled, and Claire nearly screamed. I held her tight, whispering that it was just the wind, though I knew it wasn't. When night fell, we lit no lantern. We sat in the dark, clutching each other, waiting. The forest outside grew alive again, whispers threading through the gaps in the walls. Then, from the doorway, came a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. We froze. After a pause, my own voice called softly through the door. Daniel, it's safe. Open up. Claire shook her head violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. The knocks came again, louder this time, shaking the rotten wood. My voice outside pleaded, begging now. Please, you have to let me in. It's me. Every part of me wanted to answer. The voice was perfect. My tone, my inflections, even the way I begged when desperate. But Claire's grip on me was iron, her eyes demanding that I resist. We stayed silent, unmoving, as the knocks grew more violent. Then, just as suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than before, suffocating. Minutes passed. Hours. We did not dare move. And then, from the corner of the cabin, a new sound rose. A child's giggle, high and sharp, coming not from outside but from within the room. The giggle came from the far corner of the cabin, where shadows pooled deepest. Claire and I whipped our heads toward it, hearts hammering, but the darkness revealed nothing. I fumbled for the lantern, hesitating, torn between wanting to see and fearing what light might reveal. Before I could decide, the giggle repeated, closer. This time, as if the thing had crossed the room without moving through space at all. Claire gripped my arm so hard her nails cut into flesh. Don't, she whispered, barely audible. We sat in pitch black, straining our ears. The giggle warped into words, distorted and sing-song. You heard me. You heard me. The voice bounced around the walls, never settling in one place. I clamped my hand over my mouth to keep from answering, because every instinct screamed that was the trap. Then something brushed past my leg. Not solid, not air either. Something colder than ice, leaving pins of numbness up my calf. Claire stifled a sob. I could feel her shaking violently beside me. The cabin's boards groaned as if weightless feet skipped across them, circling us in the dark. The memory of the ranger's warning roared back into my mind. Stay on the trail. Don't follow voices. Don't stay after dark. We couldn't endure it. I snapped the lantern on. The weak flame illuminated the room in a trembling halo. For a breathless second, nothing was there. The corner yawned empty, only peeling wood and spiderwebs. But then, against the far wall, I saw the impressions of small, bare feet pressed deep into the dust. fresh as if made that very instant. Claire broke. She bolted for the door, pulling me with her. I didn't resist. We crashed through the threshold into the cold night air, running down the slope with no sense of direction. Branches whipped against our faces. Roots threatened to trip us, but adrenaline made us blind to pain. The whispers followed instantly, filling the forest in 100 voices. Some of them ours, some of them children, all of them layered, so thickly the night felt alive with mouths. We didn't stop until we stumbled into a ravine. The ground dropped unexpectedly, and I slid, scraping my arms and chest on rocks before landing hard in mud. Claire tumbled beside me. Pain flared through my ribs, but I forced myself up. The ravine was narrow, with walls of stone and root tangling overhead. It felt like a trap, but at least the whispers dulled, muffled by earth. We crawled deeper, hoping it might lead to water, a landmark, anything. The ravine twisted and narrowed, until we reached a place where water trickled along the stone, a shallow stream that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Relief surged through me. Water meant orientation, and orientation meant hope. But as I bent to drink, I froze. My reflection stared back from the rippling surface, only it didn't move with me. When I tilted my head, it stayed straight. When I blinked, its eyes remained open. Slowly, it smiled, teeth gleaming sharp where mine were flat. I staggered back, slamming into the stone wall. Claire saw it too. She grabbed my arm, whispering frantic prayers under her breath. The reflection leaned closer to the surface, as though pressing against glass, lips moving silently. I dragged Claire away, forcing us back up the ravine slope. The forest above seemed safer than what lived in the water. We clawed our way up, dirt filling our nails, until we broke onto another trail. If it was even a trail at all. By then the sky had begun to pale. The first color of dawn bleeding into the horizon. For the first time in hours, I dared to hope. Maybe daylight truly would weaken whatever haunted this park. We followed the path, stumbling with exhaustion, when we spotted something ahead, a signpost. Relief nearly crushed me. Signs meant people, order, escape. But when we reached it, my heart stopped. The wooden board was blank, stripped of words. Instead, carved into its surface with deep, ragged lines, was a single phrase. W-E-W-O-L-K-O-U-O-M-E. The letters oozed sap like blood. Beneath it, small handprints smeared across the wood, dozens of them, pressed in dirt and ash. Claire gagged, stepping back. I could barely breathe. The forest around us stood utterly still, as though waiting for us to decide. We chose to keep moving. What else could we do? My compass spun uselessly, but the trail dipped downhill, and I prayed it would lead us toward the lot. Hours dragged by. Hunger gnawed our stomachs. Every rustle in the undergrowth sent jolts of terror through us. But at last, just as the sun climbed high, we saw it, the edge of the forest opening onto gravel. The parking lot. Our car still waiting, a lone sentinel in the empty expanse. Claire sobbed with relief, sprinting the last stretch. We collapsed against the vehicle, trembling too hard to unlock it at first. When at last we got inside, I turned the engine, desperate to hear the roar that meant safety. The car coughed, sputtered, then died. I tried again. Nothing. My hands shook so violently I dropped the keys. Claire screamed in frustration, pounding the dashboard. Then we noticed the ranger station. It sat silent, door shut, curtains drawn. I ran to it, banging on the wood. No answer. When I peered through the glass, the chair behind the desk was empty. But something lay on the counter, our permit. And across the paper, in heavy, smeared pencil. Someone had written DAD, Mech 2. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Claire ran to see, her face crumpling as she read the words. "We're still here," she whispered desperately. "We're still here." But the paper suggested otherwise. Before we could argue, laughter erupted across the lot. High, childlike, echoing from every direction. From the tree line, figures stepped out. Not children, not adults either. Thin shapes, impossibly tall or crouched. Faces blurred like smudged photographs. Their feet were bare, leaving no prints on the gravel. They circled slowly, giggling, whispering, repeating our names in sing-song tones. I fired the flare gun into the sky, the red burst screaming overhead. For a moment, the figures recoiled, hissing. The light painted their faces in grotesque detail, half-formed features, mouths too wide, eyes like blank marbles. But when the flare faded, they crept closer again. Claire and I dove back into the car, locking doors out of instinct, though the glass felt like paper against them. Shapes pressed their faces to the windows, smiling, mouthing our names. The air grew heavy with their whispers. I screamed at Claire to cover her ears, to ignore them, but I wasn't sure if my voice was my own anymore. Then headlights cut through the lot. A truck pulled in, engine growling. A ranger stepped out, young, uniform, crisp, face startled at the sight of us. He shouted, asking if we were all right. Relief so intense it hurt my chest flooded me. We flung the doors open, running to him. The figures scattered into the tree line at the first sound of his voice. For the first time in 2 days, the forest seemed to retreat. The ranger helped us into his truck, asking questions we couldn't answer coherently. As he drove us out, gravel crunching under wheels, I dared to look back. At the edge of the trees, dozens of figures stood watching. They didn't follow. They just waved, small and mocking, like children bidding farewell. We never returned to the park. Claire refuses to speak of it at all. I tried, once, to report what we saw, but the words died in my throat. Who would believe me? Missing Person National Park remains what it always was. A place of whispers and vanishings, written off as accidents. But I know the truth. Something waits there, something that wears your voice, your face, and plays with you until you forget which side of the line you stand on. I still dream of that final message on our permit. Some nights, I wake convinced it was right, that maybe we didn't make it out, that maybe we never left those woods. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and Claire is asleep, beside me, I hear it again, my own voice, whispering my name from the corner of the room.